Chapter 2067. 2067, 2067. I have a predestined relationship with this treasure. It's him. That treasure ended up in his hands. It seems to be a pair of bone wings. Wings are a rare artifact. His speed was terrifying just now. The level of that treasure must be very high. This time, this person has made a huge profit. When Wang Xian came to the edge of the energy tide, some people looked over and whispered with curiosity. Ignoring the discussions around him, Wang Xian came to the edge of the energy tide and looked at the vast energy tide. Dragon King, are we really going to stay here for a few hundred years to complete our military exploits before leaving? Minghua and Yanghua looked at the energy tide in front of them with a hint of bitterness on their faces. A few hundred years? At most, we'll stay here for a year. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. He wanted to stay here for a year to see how many treasures he could obtain. If there were many treasures, he could consider staying here for a few more years. Squeak, squeak. Wang Xian moved his palm, and the treasure-seeking ant appeared in his hand. He placed it on his shoulder and looked at the vast energy tide in front of him quietly. The main task is to explore the energy tide in front of us. Wang Xian gave an order to the treasure-seeking ant. Squeak, squeak. The tentacles of the treasure-seeking ant were all pointed in the direction of the energy tide. Wang Xian hovered in the sky and waited quietly. What is the Dragon King doing? Minghua and Yanghua looked at the Dragon King, who was standing there quietly with a dumbfounded expression. They did not dare to ask or say anything. They stood to the left and right of Wang Xian and similarly hovered quietly in the air. The water spirit pearl at the level of a demigod at level 8 has been discovered. In less than 5 minutes, a piece of information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Following that, an image appeared in his mind. Wang Xian raised his head and looked over. The water spirit pearl at the level of a demigod at level 8 was not considered a valuable treasure, but it was still considered pretty good. Moreover, the water spirit pearl was only about 20 kilometers away from him. Wang Xian waved his arm, and an energy claw directly grabbed towards the ocean tide in front of him. Splash! Very soon, the claw entered the energy tide and grabbed the water spirit pearl. The water spirit pearl is of quite a high level. That person has actually obtained the water spirit pearl. Around the ocean tide, at least a few 100 million people were either cultivating or observing the tide to see if there were any treasures. When they saw Wang Xian taking out a water spirit pearl, some of them looked envious. It's so far away. You can see it even from the ocean tide? Minghua and Yanghua were a little dumbfounded. A water spirit pearl with a demigod rank 8 is not even worth a single leaf of military merit. Wang Xian held the water spirit pearl and placed it in a separate interspatial ring. I have found a level 5 demigod ice slurry. In less than 5 minutes, another piece of news came. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and extended his arm again. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the level 5 demigod ice slurry appeared in his hand. I got another one. Damn, his eyes are so sharp. This lord is someone who can enter the center of the ocean tide. His strength is at least 7 wisps of divine fire. How can he not be powerful? A few people who were closer to Wang Xian said enviously when they saw that he had caught another treasure. We have discovered a water treasure at the peak of the demigod level. More than 10 minutes later, the information of the treasure-seeking ant was transmitted over again. This water treasure was relatively far away and was close to eternal thunderclap. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With a wave of his arm, a claw instantly pierced through the space of a few 100 kilometers and grabbed the water treasure at the peak of the demigod level from the water. What? Damn! How could those guys from the eternal divine leaves discover our treasure? At this moment, in the sky above the energy tide, a middle-aged man had already discovered the water treasure. He was filled with excitement and wanted to go and retrieve it. However, before he could make a move, a claw grabbed it and flew towards the opposite direction. His expression changed drastically and he couldn't help but curse. Damn, this works? Isn't this heaven-defying? Does he have any eye bloodline techniques? He can even discover the treasures on the opposite side. A peak stage demigod water treasure. This is a good thing. It's very helpful in igniting the divine fire. Everyone in the surrounding area widened their eyes and revealed an incredulous expression. It hasn't even been half an hour, and you've already caught 3 treasures. What the hell? Do you have to be so fast? What was worse was that the water treasure was obtained from somewhere close to the eternal thunderbolt. How did he discover it? One had to know that even though an expert could see clearly at such a distance, it was impossible for a treasure to see the treasures within the ocean tide. I'm rich. When Ming Huiyang saw this scene, he widened his eyes and revealed an extremely heated expression. Eh. At this moment, Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The water snake sword that has discovered a wisp of divine fire. There are so many treasures here. Wang Xian's face was filled with surprise. A divine sword that resembled a water snake was located at the center of the energy tide. The water snake sword was only more than a meter long. It was difficult to discover it as it was located within the ocean tide. His body moved, and he flew directly toward the center of the energy tide. A divine artifact, he needed to do it himself. I can sense it. I can sense the aura of a divine artifact. At this moment, the 2 water-type gods in the surrounding area revealed extremely excited expressions. Their bodies moved, and they flew directly to the sky above the energy tide, opening their eyes wide as they carefully sensed it. Many people had their own techniques to search for treasures within this energy tide. Some of the gods with the corresponding attributes could still sense the faint fluctuations of a divine fire divine artifact. However, they weren't able to immediately find the exact location. After all, finding an item that was 1 or 2 meters in size within this vast energy tide was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. There's a divine weapon. At the opposite location of Eternal Thunderclap, some people were also flying towards the sky above the energy tide. While they were carefully observing the energy tide, they were also vigilantly staring at some of the gods of the eternal divine leaf. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Xian had already arrived above the water snake sword and was casually fishing for a divine weapon with a wisp of divine fire. The water snake sword that possessed spiritual energy wanted to attack Wang Xian, but it was easily subdued by him. Holding the water snake sword in his hand, Wang Xian flew directly toward the shore. What? How is this possible? What a fast speed! Everyone was still searching for the divine weapon. In the end, someone had already taken it away. This caused them to be astonished. Regardless of whether it was the people from Eternal Thunderclap or the disciples of Eternal Divine Leaf, all of them looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. I am fated to be with this treasure. Wang Xian saw that everyone around him was focusing their attention on him. He spoke faintly and entered everyone's ears. I am fated to be with this treasure? Who is he trying to fool? Why am I not fated to be with this treasure? Wang Xian flew to the shore and looked at the water snake's sword in his hand. The sword radiance was flickering and revealed its sharpness. It was a good sword. One stroke of the water snake sword can make me a 2-leaf military meritorious practitioner. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Chapter 2068. 2068. I have a predestined relationship with this treasure 3. That Lord has such a terrifying perception. Has it been an hour? He seems to have obtained quite a number of treasures. He seems to be a water attribute cultivator with special abilities. It just so happens that it's the ocean tide now. That's why he was able to find so many treasures with such precision. On the north side of the energy tide, everyone had astonished looks on their faces when they saw Wang Xian holding the water snake sword artifact. The 2 gods who flew above the energy tide had a change of expression as they flew back. This seems to be formed naturally. It should be a sword formed by a water snake due to special reasons. The universe is really magical. Wang Xian placed the water snake sword into his interspatial ring and stood there waiting quietly. Time passed slowly once again. Some people in the surroundings would look over curiously from time to time. I have found a metal material of a demigod level 3. Whoosh. In less than 10 minutes, the treasure-seeking ant sent a message. Wang Xian waved his arm and grabbed a piece of metal material that was located at the edge of the ocean tide. Although the entire metal material was only at the level of a demigod level 3, it was about 4 to 5 cubic meters in size. If it was used to forge weapons, it could be used to forge dozens of pieces. He got another treasure, a metal material, and it's even at the level of a demigod. Hiss, that lord is so powerful. How long has it been? 10 minutes? He got some more treasures. Is this demigod-level material fated with him too? Wang Xian's consecutive acquisition of some treasures had already attracted the attention of many people. When they saw that he got another piece of metal material 10 minutes later, all of them widened their eyes slightly. This was fate with the metal material? Wang Xian's expression didn't change at all when he saw the astonishment of the people around him. He stood there quietly and didn't hide anything. He couldn't hide such a situation either. Since he could hide it for 1 day and couldn't hide it for 2 days, he might as well not hide anything at all. In any case, this treasure was fated to be with him. In the next 10 hours or so, he didn't encounter any divine artifact-level treasure. However, there was a demigod-grade treasure every 10 minutes or so. It could be a weapon, material, water spirit pearl, or the like. Even though Wang Xian did not obtain any more divine weapons, he kept obtaining treasures one after another, which left everyone dumbfounded. Even some of the people from Eternal Thunderclap stared at him with embarrassed expressions. When they saw the claw flying towards them, they immediately launched an attack. However, in these 10 hours, Wang Xian was completely famous. In these 10 hours, he obtained an average of 6 demigod-level treasures every hour. In these 10 hours, these demigod-level treasures were worth a lot of money. Very soon, news of this matter spread quickly. More and more people came to this place and looked at the calm figure in front of them. Muxian, you've eaten too little. Eat a little more. If Lord Ming finds out that you're like this, his heart will ache. You're his only disciple. You must live well. In a restaurant floating in the air on the northern side of the energy tide, Li Mian, Meng Muxin, and the others were sitting at the dining table. Seeing that Meng Muxin rarely ate, Li Mian said with concern, "Don't worry." Meng Muxin nodded and forced out a smile. It's a pity that Lord Ming's interspatial ring and God Country were obtained by those damn guys. If these treasures were still there, damn it, bang. Li Mulong frowned and said. Before he could finish his words, the young man slammed the table heavily and growled angrily. Fang Muqing, you should be more open-minded. Li Mian whispered from the side. Have you heard? The god who obtained the supreme treasure is now exploring the treasure before the energy tide. He will obtain a demigod-level treasure at least every 10 minutes. It seems that he has also obtained a divine weapon. When I came back just now, that lord was indeed quite powerful. In the past 10 hours, he has obtained at least 70 or 80 demigod-level treasures, right? He's simply too powerful. If he's always there, wouldn't he be making a fortune? Right at this moment, a lively discussion rang out from within the restaurant. When Fang Muqing heard the discussion, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he instantly stood up. Who's the person you're talking about? His gaze was cold as he questioned the people who had spoken just now, his body emitting an intense murderous aura. Oh, you brat, young Master Fang. The expressions of the middle-aged men who had spoken changed slightly when they heard his question. However, when they saw Fang Muqing's face, they immediately squeezed out a smile. Young Master Fang, it's that young man who obtained that supreme treasure yesterday. It's him. He has obtained many treasures now. The middle-aged men immediately said, Let's go and take a look. Fang Muqing heard their words and said to Li Mian and the others. Then, he walked straight towards the location of the energy tide. Li Mian, Li Mulong, and the others' faces were filled with doubt. After hesitating for a moment, they stood up and followed behind him. Hiss, young Master Fang seems to have some opinions about that lord. Of course he has opinions. His grandfather died because he was fighting for that treasure. Moreover, I heard that Lord Feng Tian was building a divine kingdom for young Master Feng when he was alive. Once the divine kingdom is built and the divine fire is ignited to become a god, young Master Feng will be able to change from an in-name disciple to a disciple. This is that person's personal disciple. He has reached the sky in a single step. With his talent, he is indeed qualified to be that Lord's disciple. Feng Shaoqing from the east is not called for nothing. Seeing Feng mooching and the rest leaving, some people in the restaurant whispered among themselves, we finally encountered something good. In front of the energy tide, Wang Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Looking at the information in his mind, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Whoosh! He immediately flew toward the center of the energy tide. Has this sir discovered a powerful treasure? It must be. He has been using his energy claws to grab it. Now that he is flying over personally, it must be a powerful treasure. Could it be a divine artifact? The moment Wang Xian flew out, the people who had been watching him revealed a look of astonishment. Splash! At this moment, everyone could hear the crisp sound of water flowing in front of the energy tide. That is a divine weapon. Another divine weapon. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a 2-meter-long wooden sailboat suddenly drilling out of the water from the energy tide. The wooden sailboat was emitting a powerful divine glow and attracted everyone's attention. A divine artifact with at least 4 or 5 wisps of divine fire. A god's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly. What? A wooden sailboat with at least 4 or 5 wisps of divine fire appearing on the ocean tide. Feng Muqing and the others, who had just rushed over, immediately looked forward when they heard the voice. Chapter 2069. 2069, Fate with this treasure 4. A wooden sailboat appeared above the ocean tide. It drilled out of the water and gave off a green luster. The luster covered a radius of about 10 kilometers, and it was exceptionally clear on the ocean tide. A powerful divine artifact appeared, and the eye-catching divine light made everyone around look excited. The gods with 6 or 7 wisps of divine fire immediately flew towards the ocean tide. On the opposite side, eternal shocking thunder and the other experts also flew towards the ocean tide. A wooden sailboat. This is definitely a powerful divine artifact for us, would attribute cultivators. When Feng Muqing saw the divine artifact on the ocean tide, his eyes revealed an incomparably hot expression. Without any hesitation, he spread out his arms, and a wooden wing appeared on his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thistle after thistle sounded, and he flew into the energy tide at a terrifying speed. As one of the top geniuses of the eternal thunderclap, even if he hadn't ignited the divine fire yet, his speed was still not slower than a god with a wisp of divine fire. However, there were too many gods that were flying over. There were also quite a number of gods with 6 or 7 wisps. At the location of eternal thunderclap, there were even 7 or 8 god-level powerhouses with wisps of divine fire flying over. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm fated to have this treasure. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was the first to fly out, sensed that there were at least tens of thousands of people flying over from the front and behind. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the wooden sailboat that was only a few thousand meters away. He said faintly. His voice spread across a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Every powerhouse who was flying in his direction could hear it clearly. Fuck off. You are fated to be with this treasure. Die. At the front, the 5 or 6 gods who were flying at the front heard Wang Xian's words. Their faces were filled with cold killing intent. The ultimate sound of thunder. Crack, crack, crack. An explosive sound was heard. It was as if the void had exploded. A bolt of lightning extended directly toward Wang Xian. 5 bolts of lightning. Crack. An attack came, and another cold cry rang out. 5 bolts of heavenly lightning covered the sky. Bolts of lightning that were at least 100 meters thick struck towards Wang Xian. Buzz. Wang Xian looked at the attacks one after another. A faint smile appeared on his face. His body shook. A huge, uninitiated holy wings appeared behind him. The wings flapped slightly and easily evaded the attacks. At the same time, Wang Xian's palm turned into a dragon claw and clawed at the wooden sailboat below. Crash! The dragon claw held the sailboat. Wang Xian's wings fluttered slightly and left a trail as he flew toward the edge. Hee, I've already said that I'm fated to obtain this treasure. Why are you all here to fight over it? The incorporeal holy wing trembled. Wang Xian's speed had reached a terrifying level. Before anyone could react, he returned to his original position. A 1-meter-long sailboat appeared in his hand, and he sized it up carefully. A wood-type divine weapon with 5 wisps of divine fire. Wang Xian looked at the sailboat in his hand and muttered, "Hiss, what a terrifying speed. Such speed, even a god with 9 wisps of divine fire can't compare to it, right? That divine weapon has been obtained by him again. This speed is simply too terrifying. Is it because of the bone wings on his back? This divine weapon is at least at the level of 9 wisps of divine fire, right?" Everyone was shocked when they saw Wang Xian standing there quietly with the divine weapon in his hand. "Damn it, don't let us meet you." The furious roars of the eternal thunderclap experts could be heard from the opposite side. A divine weapon with 5 wisps of divine fire could be equivalent to a god with 5 wisps of divine fire when fully utilized. This speed is too fast. The group of gods from the eternal divine leaves flew back and looked at Wang Xian. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment. They looked at the bone wings that were slowly disappearing behind Wang Xian. Their eyes were burning with passion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Fang Muqing flew over and stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. He stood in front of Wang Xian and stared at the spot behind him. "Is this the treasure that my grandfather and the rest exchanged for with their lives?" He stared at Wang Xian with a gloomy face and growled in a low voice. Wang Xian glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he studied the wooden sailboat in his hand. Buzz. With a move of his hand, the wooden sailboat turned into a few thousand meters in size and floated in the air like a void ship. There was a divine tree in the middle of the sailboat that was emitting a mystical luster. It was a pretty good treasure. This divine artifact. The majestic wood-type vitality caused all the wood-type cultivators in the surroundings to reveal burning expressions on their faces. Fang Muqing's gaze was attracted. Looking at the powerful energy contained within the sailboat, his breathing quickened. "I want this treasure. Name a price." Fang Muqing immediately roared in a low voice. "Fang Muqing wants to buy that divine artifact. A divine artifact that looks like a sailboat is very rare. This divine artifact is very special. It definitely has a unique ability and is more valuable than other divine artifacts of the same level." With Fang Muqing's strength and background, even if he buys it, he would probably go bankrupt, right? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they whispered among themselves, "Wait, this lord, I also want to buy it." At this moment, another voice sounded. "Oh." Fang Muqing was slightly stunned and immediately turned his head to look. "It's Li Muley and the others. Many of our eternal thunderclaps heaven's favored sons have come. Li Mian, Li Mulong, Meng Muxin, Fang Muqing, and now even Li Muley, Yuan, and Fang Qing have come." Some of the youths were slightly shocked when they saw the youths walking over, and they whispered amongst themselves. These people were all elites of their generation, elites that had suppressed their eastern region. "Why are you all here?" Meng Muxin saw the few of them and frowned slightly. Clearly, the two sides were not on good terms. "I'm here to comfort Sister Muxin. I'm also here to look for some treasures." One of the women looked at Meng Muxin mockingly. "Sister Muxian, your master has fallen. I wonder when your divine kingdom will be completed. Don't tell me you're going to build a divine kingdom randomly." The woman continued to speak to Meng Muxin. Meng Muxin took a deep breath and turned his head to the side. He ignored her. The woman felt bored when she saw Meng Muxin ignoring him. She looked at the wooden sailboat in Wang Xian's hand with a burning gaze. "Sir, may I know how much this divine weapon of yours is for sale?" he asked Wang Xian. Li Muley, Yuan Fangqing. This divine weapon is mine. Fang Muqing looked at them and said with a cold expression, shouldn't the competition be fair? Li Muley looked at Fang Muqing indifferently. I'm in a bad mood. You guys better not provoke me. Fang Muqing stared at them with a stern expression. Fang Muqing, you're just that Lord's in-name disciple now. It's not certain if you can pass the assessment, especially after your grandfather died. So, don't think that you can threaten us. Li Muley stared at him coldly as well. Wang Xian looked at the heavens favorites of the eternal divine, leaves who were at loggerheads with him, and felt a little amused. This treasure is fated with you. I'll give it to you. He looked at Meng Muxin slowly and directly floated the sailboat in his hand to her side. Wang Xian suddenly opened his mouth and gave the sailboat with 5 wisps of divine fire to Meng Muxin. Everyone around was stunned and looked shocked. What was going on? Chapter 2070. 2070 was unbridled. This you. Not only did everyone around widen their eyes and revealed an astonished expression, even Meng Muxin was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She looked at the sailboat floating in front of her and was slightly dazed. What did he mean by this? What are you doing? Meng Muxin looked at the sailboat, which contained a majestic vitality. She took a deep breath and looked at Wang Xian in puzzlement. Yesterday, when I obtained the treasure, your master died because of this. Although we all have our own destinies, it still bought me some time. Although I have joined the eternal divine leaf to compensate you, I feel sorry for you. Hence, I'll give it to you. Wang Xian said directly to her. Meng Muxin looked like a delicate lady. She didn't say a word even when she was being bullied. She was a typical obedient lady. Such a person would be at a disadvantage if he didn't have a strong strength or background. No matter what, her master died because of the treasure in her hands. Wang Xian didn't even take a glance at a divine weapon with 5 wisps of divine fire. When he obtained this divine weapon, he would either let the 5 elements grind him down or exchange it for military merits in the Hall of Military Merits. I don't need your pity. When Meng Muxin heard Wang Xian's words, a hint of anger appeared on her small face. Take it. With my strength, I am still qualified to pity you. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he saw her slightly stubborn look. The sailboat was floating in front of her just like that. Meng Muxin's expression changed. Muxin, take it quickly. This is a divine weapon with 5 wisps of divine fire. It is even more precious than a divine kingdom. Li Mayan stared at the divine weapon with burning eyes and pushed Meng Muxin's body. All right, I'll take it then. Meng Muxin's expression changed as she grabbed at the sailboat. Muxian, can you sell this divine weapon to me? After I pass the assessment, You are not allowed to sell the things I gave you to others. In addition, I can help you build a divine kingdom, and a divine weapon. This will be your compensation. Fang Muqing's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian giving the sailboat divine weapon directly to Meng Muxin. He said to Meng Muxin. However, Wang Xian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Wang Xian's words caused Fang Muqing's expression to change drastically. He stared at Wang Xian with a dark expression. What compensation do you have for me? He clenched his fists slightly and growled in a low voice. You are not pitiful. Wang Xian glanced at him indifferently when he heard his words and said faintly, Are you provoking me? Fang Muqing raised his head abruptly. His eyes were slightly red as he glared at Wang Xian and growled with murderous intent. Hiss! When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. Even some of the gods frowned when they saw this situation and did not say anything. Fang Muqing and the rest were the favored ones of this generation. Some of them had backgrounds that ordinary gods would not dare to offend. Bang! However, Fang Muqing's figure was sent flying with a look of shock on everyone's face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face was extremely pale. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard by everyone. If there's a next time, you will directly become a corpse. Wang Xian's cold voice rang out. Upon seeing Wang Xian's attack, Everyone in the surroundings revealed a shocked expression. Even Li Mayan and the rest were staring at Wang Xian in shock. He actually dared to injure Feng Muqing directly. This Feng Muqing encountered a person who didn't have any scruples. He provoked at least 7 divine flames before igniting the divine flames. It's normal for him to be severely injured, but it's also not normal. The expressions of some gods changed slightly when they saw this scene. It's forbidden to fight on our eternal divine leaf side. An elder hesitated for a moment before speaking. I know. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly at the elder. Hiss. In front, Li Muli and the rest looked at Wang Xian with some fear. They didn't expect this god to dare to attack Feng Muqing. No matter what, Feng Muqing was the unnamed disciple of that lord. He had quite a strong background. Now, he had directly injured him. No one in the entire eternal divine leaf dared to be so unscrupulous. The treasure that is fated to be with me has appeared again. Everyone, don't disturb me. Wang Xian ignored the people around him. With a move of his palm, he grabbed towards the ocean tide. What? Another treasure has been found? Everyone around him was slightly stunned. Crash. However, when they saw the energy claw flying towards them with a treasure in its hand, they had a look of seeing a ghost. This damn treasure is fated to be with me too. Just you wait. When Feng Muqing saw that Wang Xian ignored him completely, his pale face revealed a look of hatred. He stood up and emitted a chilly aura as he flew towards the mainland with a solemn face. Some people looked at Feng Muqing's expression as their eyes sparkled. As the favored son of the heavens, Feng Muqing would definitely not give up just like that. If the other party was one of the higher-ups of their eternal divine leaves, he might be protected. However, this god had only just joined the eternal divine leaves. Some people felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the mysterious young man. In just one day, he had obtained 2 divine weapons. What was the reason? As for the claim that he was fated with the treasure, no one believed it. You have to be careful of Feng Muqing. He has a very strong network. Meng Muxin saw Feng Muqing leaving with a gloomy face and reminded Wang Xian. It's all right. Wang Xian nodded at him. You can stay here. If you need any treasures, you can take them away. He continued to speak to Meng Muxin. This? Sure. Meng Muxin wanted to hesitate, but Li Mayan quickly agreed on her behalf. She touched Meng Muxin and gestured with her eyes. Okay. Meng Muxin nodded and stood quietly at the side. Damn you. You killed my grandfather and made me so embarrassed. I won't let you off. However, at this moment, in a luxurious mansion on the mainland, Feng Muqing growled with an incomparably savage face. The entire mansion was shrouded by his haze. The surrounding handmaidens stood at the side with their heads lowered, shivering. You actually dared to hurt me. Just you wait. He spoke with an incomparably malevolent expression as he entered the room and heavily closed the door. Hoo-hoo. Standing in the middle of the room, he took a deep breath and took out a mirror. Buzz, Feng Muqing, why are you looking for me? Your grandfather has fallen. Is there anything you can help me with? The mirror trembled slightly. A few seconds later, a middle-aged figure appeared in the mirror. Behind the middle-aged man was a majestic palace. His slightly thin body made him look full of wisdom. Chapter 2071. 2071 killed one. Greetings, senior brother. Feng Muqing saw the thin, middle-aged man in the mirror and immediately called out respectfully. His grandfather had once saved this middle-aged man, and because of this, he was able to talk to him. Just tell me what it is. The thin, middle-aged man looked at him and said again, Senior brother, my grandfather died because of a supreme treasure. That treasure is now in the hands of a stranger. Just now, he seriously injured me. Feng Muqing bowed slightly and said with an extremely embarrassed expression, I know about your grandfather, but all of this conforms to the rules of the eternal divine leaf. That person can enter the energy tide, so he should be no weaker than the 7 wisps of divine fire. Your grandfather has done me a favor. I will help you one last time and help you build a divine kingdom." The thin, middle-aged man said to Fong Muching expressionlessly, "Senior brother, he seriously injured me just now. I want revenge." Fong Muching raised his head and said through gritted teeth with a cold expression on his face, "Revenge? Don't even think about it. As long as he does things according to the rules of the eternal divine leaf, he can't do it. Even I can't do it." The thin, middle-aged man said directly to him, "I'll prepare some materials for you in the next few days. I'll send the divine kingdom to you in a few days. At the same time, I'll take a look at the biggest energy tide in the past 100,000 years." As he continued to speak, his figure disappeared from the mirror. "Senior brother." When Fong Muching heard the middle-aged man's words, an extremely embarrassed expression appeared on his face, and his body trembled slightly. "No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Fong Muching's expression was somewhat malevolent as he roared in a low voice. "Yes, he killed a direct descendant of Eternal Shocking Thunder. If I were to tell Eternal Shocking Thunder about this news, the experts of Eternal Shocking Thunder would definitely take revenge. But how can I tell them? I have no way." Fong Muching's face was filled with malevolence as he roared. He couldn't find any means to take revenge. An extremely strange fellow appeared at the Eternal Divine Leaf. He was able to discover any treasure within the energy tide at the first possible moment. During these 20 hours, that fellow obtained a total of 2 divine artifacts and more than 100 demigod-level treasures. During this period of time, we did not obtain a single treasure. This is the largest energy tide eruption in the past 100,000 years. The number of treasures is over 10 times more than before. At this moment, more than 10 great beings were floating in front of the energy tide on Eternal Thunderclap's side in the northern region. A middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, "We can't go on like this. With that guy around, we won't be able to get any more powerful treasures. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how many years we'll have to wait." An old man said indifferently, "That guy obtained the Bone Wing True Treasure last time, and his speed is comparable to a peak God Realm expert. It'll be very difficult for us to attack him unless we set up an ambush in advance." The middle-aged man glanced at the people beside him and said, "Then we'll lie in ambush in the ocean tide and wait for him to make a move. As long as we surround him, we can easily kill him." An elder finally made his decision. "All right." Everyone nodded in agreement. With a slight movement, they flew downstream. They wanted to enter the energy tide from another place. Instead, they came here and laid an ambush. Fong Muching didn't know that Eternal Thunderclap had noticed Wang Xian while he was thinking of killing him. At this moment, Wang Xian was still floating quietly in front of the energy tide. From time to time, he would make a move to obtain one treasure after another. "I've discovered 6 wisps of Divine Fire Divine Weapon, Heavenly Thunder Pearl. I've discovered 7 wisps of Divine Fire Divine Weapon, Heavenly Thunder Pearl. I've discovered 5 wisps of Divine Fire Divine Weapon, Thunder Hammer." More than 10 minutes later, the treasure-seeking ant suddenly sent one message after another. After receiving the message, Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. A look of surprise appeared on his face. However, when he saw the names of the divine artifacts and the location of the divine artifacts, he was slightly taken aback. What's going on? The divine artifacts didn't come out from the tidal black hole. Instead, they came from downstream. Their positions are still changing. Heavenly Thunder Pearl, Thunder Hammer. No, this is the person from Eternal Shocking Thunder who is located in the ocean tide. What are they doing? Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he stared at the center of the ocean tide. Are they waiting for me? I didn't expect this treasure-seeking ant to have such an effect. Each of them has a powerful divine weapon in their hands. They should be top-notch experts from Eternal Shocking Thunder. He smiled and swept his gaze across all the places before he stood there quietly. With his vigilance, Wang Xian continued to fish for treasures from time to time. However, this time, he avoided the dozens of figures hidden in the ocean tides. Although he obtained fewer treasures, it didn't affect him too much. Time passed slowly. Wang Xian stood there quietly for 5 days. During these 5 days, he didn't step into the vicinity of the dozens of figures. This also caused the dozens of experts from Eternal Thunderclap to frown slightly. The other party had not moved for 5 days. They could not stay here forever. They were the higher-ups of Eternal Shocking Thunder here. There were still some matters that needed their attention. In the next few days, Wang Xian sensed that the figures in the energy tide were decreasing one by one. 3 days later, only 5 people were still inside. In these 8 days, Wang Xian obtained 3 more divine weapons. Although the level of the divine weapons was very low, the harvest was absolutely terrifying. As for the demigod-level treasures, there were even more. Another one has left? At this moment, the information sent by the treasure-seeking ant stunned Wang Xian slightly. In the ocean tide, there were only 4 figures who were still there. These 4 figures were respectively 2 thunderhammers with 5 wisps of divine fire, 1 thunderpearl with 5 wisps of divine fire, and 1 thundercloud with 5 wisps of divine fire. From the initial dozen figures, each of them had 6 or 7 wisps of divine weapons in their hands. Now, there were only 4 of them left. These 4 are the weakest among the dozen or so people. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. However, even if they were the weakest, they should at least have the strength of 7 wisps of divine fire to be able to stay in the ocean tide. But if it's just 7 wisps of divine fire, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Even if there are 8 wisps of divine fire among them, I'm not afraid. 4 of them can't surround me. I'm not afraid even if there are 9 wisps of divine fire. He mumbled and slowly flew forward. What's going on? Did he encounter another divine weapon? Seeing Wang Xian flying in, Meng Muxin, Li Mayan, and the rest were slightly stunned. Their eyes sparkled. Every time he flew over, he would obtain a divine weapon. Lord Duobao is on the move. Another divine weapon appeared? Definitely. Lord Duobao is too awesome. In the past 8 days, the total number of demigod-level treasures in his hands is equivalent to 4 to 5 divine weapons, right? In the surrounding area, everyone was moved once again when they saw Wang Xian flying into the energy tide. Chapter 2072. 2072 killed 2. A total of 5 divine weapons were obtained in 8 days. All the demigod-level treasures added together were comparable to 4 to 5 divine weapons. Therefore, during this period of time, the people around them called him Lord Treasure. Having many treasures meant having many treasures. Are there more divine weapons? In 8 days, even some of the powerhouses of the eternal divine leaf knew about Wang Xian. A few gods with 8 wisps of divine fire gathered together and stared at Wang Xian's location with sparkling eyes. Speaking of which, they were extremely envious of Wang Xian for obtaining such a treasure. If they had such abilities, wouldn't they be rich? I wonder what divine weapon it is. Everyone stared at the figure as he flew into the energy tide. 4 people. 2 of them are at the level of 7 wisps of divine fire. 2 of them have ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. Wang Xian flew above the energy tide and activated his Yin-Yang 5 elemental dragon eyes. 4 figures appeared in his line of sight. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. How could the treasures in the energy tide be as valuable as these 4 treasures? As long as he killed all of them, he would obtain at least 4 divine weapons with 5 wisps of divine fire. I can't let them escape. Wang Xian moved his body and jumped directly into the energy tide. 4 people dare to assassinate me? Prepare to die. He stared at the 4 figures hidden under the energy tide with a murderous look on his face. More than a dozen people were hiding in the surroundings. With Wang Xian's strength, he wouldn't dare to barge into this place rashly even if he had the Inoriginator holy wings. But now, he wasn't afraid even if there were 2 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire. Whoosh! As he entered the energy tide, Wang Xian immediately felt that his movements were somewhat hindered and his attack power was reduced. As the divine wings of the beginning were unfurled, all the resistance disappeared. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and locked his gaze on a god with 7 wisps of divine fire. Buzz! His body trembled slightly, and Wang Xian's figure instantly appeared about a kilometer away from the god with 7 wisps of divine fire. Damn it, could it be that our luck isn't good? There haven't been any powerful divine weapons to attract him over the past 7 to 8 days? That shouldn't be the case. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged in the depth of 100,000 meters in the energy tide was looking around in boredom. At the beginning, all the top-tier experts of Eternal Thunderclap had gathered around and were waiting for their prey. They didn't expect that the other party hadn't come over for 7 or 8 days, so they couldn't stay here forever. Some of them had returned to the Thunder Continent to deal with some matters. However, they still left 4 people here. 2 7-wisp divine fire gods and 2 8-wisp divine fire gods. According to their estimations, the guy who obtained the bone wings might have ignited 7 wisps of divine fire, or he might have ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. However, even if he had the strength of 8 wisps of divine fire, they could still leave him behind. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura completely enveloped him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned his head to look to the left. At this moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. The young man with the bone wings attacked at a terrifying speed. The dragon claw grabbed his body instantly. With a gentle pinch, he killed him instantly. Whoosh! Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. His gaze was fixed on the other god with 7 wisps of divine fire. The 4 gods were positioned in all directions. They were all within each other's senses. After Wang Xian had caught a god by surprise and killed him, he had to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be discovered very quickly. Buzz. The uninitiated holy wings were flapped. The energy tide did not affect Wang Xian at all. The speed of a god at the peak of the godly state was not something that the god of 7 wisps of divine fire could react to. What? You are? When the old man sensed the intention beside him, he turned his head and saw an incomparably huge dragon claw attacking him. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by Wang Xian. Buzz. The invisible destructive force landed on his body, causing him to die instantly. Not good. Something's happening. At this moment, the middle-aged man's voice immediately attracted the attention of the other 2 elders. When they saw Wang Xian's dragon claw killing one of his companions in an instant, a look of shock and anger appeared on their faces. Damn it, he actually dared to launch a sneak attack on us. The expression of an elder with 8 wisps of divine fire changed slightly. When he saw Wang Xian attacking him, he immediately raised the thunder hammer in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. A terrifying power of thunder and lightning was formed in the ocean tide. The thunder prison covered an area of 100 kilometers. Wrath of thunder. He let out a furious roar and streaks of thunder and lightning attacked Wang Xian directly. Buzz. Wang Xian saw streaks of thunder and lightning attacking him, but his speed was still at its maximum. In front of him, a pattern of yin and yang poles was floating slowly, blocking the attacks of the streaks of thunder and lightning. 8 wisps of divine fire. This guy has the strength of 8 wisps of divine fire. Lei Shan, come and help him. When the old man saw Wang Xian easily blocking his attack, his expression changed slightly. He immediately shouted loudly. Thundercloud chains. The heavenly thunder pearl above the head of the other old man spun. A chain flew out from the heavenly thunder pearl and attacked Wang Xian directly. You dare to assassinate us? Let's stay here today. Divine Kingdom, Heavenly Thunder Domain Suppression. I want that treasure of yours. The elder held the thunder hammer in his hand. His face revealed an extremely sinister expression. The Divine Kingdom instantly appeared at the back. The Divine Kingdom that was over 10 million kilometers immediately emerged from the ocean tide. He raised the thunder hammer in his hand high. Numerous majestic and terrifying bolts of lightning fell from the Divine Kingdom into the thunder hammer. The entire thunder hammer was like a hammer that could destroy the world. It struck heavily at Wang Xian, who was flying over. The sudden appearance of a scene in the ocean tide shocked everyone in the northern and eastern regions. especially those who were watching Lord Duo capturing the divine weapon from the edge. When they saw the sudden appearance of the divine kingdom of thunder, their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, Duo is under attack. Eternal shocking thunder's people are ambushing him. Damn it, those despicable fellows. The expressions of the top-tier eternal divine leaf experts who had been stunned by this scene changed slightly. They immediately flew into the sky. Ha ha ha, it's been 8 days. We finally waited for that, fellow. In the end, that treasure still belongs to our eternal shocking thunder. A maniacal laughter came from the opposite side. Immediately, the 7 or 8 eternal shocking thunder experts who had received the news flew directly into the ocean tide. Their faces were filled with an extremely heated expression. It seems like that treasure is fated to be with our eternal thunderclap. A slightly mocking voice continued to ring out. They were returning this sentence to Wang Xian. Oh no! When Meng Muxin, Li Mayan, and the rest saw this scene, their expressions changed instantly. Their eyes were fixed on the ocean tide. Oh, a battle has happened. However, at this moment, in front of the Divine Leaf Continent's teleportation array, Fang Muqing stood respectfully in front of the array. A phantom slowly materialized. The moment he appeared, he sensed the power of the ocean tide and slightly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 2073. 2073 killed 3. Senior brother. Fang Muqing stood in front of the skinny middle-aged man and called out respectfully. Come, let's go and see if Eternal Shocking Thunder's group is courting death. The middle-aged man waved his arm and a wooden raft appeared beneath him. The raft caught Fang Muqing and instantly flew towards the edge of the energy tide. This time, Lord Treasure is in danger. I didn't expect Eternal Shocking Thunder to be so despicable, to actually set up an ambush there. They must have used despicable methods when they saw that Lord Treasure had obtained so many treasures and divine artifacts. The middle-aged man led Fang Muqing to the edge, and voices immediately entered his ears. The middle-aged man looked into the energy tide and turned to look at Fang Muqing when he heard the discussions around him. Who is that treasure? He asked. Senior brother, that treasure is the one who obtained the treasure. I don't know what kind of strange technique he has to be able to accurately see the energy tide. In the past few days, he has obtained quite a few divine artifacts. The rest of the treasures added together are no less than 4 or 5 divine artifacts. Fang Muqing said through gritted teeth. Oh, is that so? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and revealed a bewildered expression. To have obtained so many divine weapons in the past few days, not to mention Fang Muqing, even he was astonished and a little envious. He has even used his divine kingdom. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the energy tide, saw the 8 wisps of divine flames release their domain directly. A cold expression appeared on his face. I have to give it my all. His gaze swept across the area opposite him. When he saw the mighty figure of the eternal thunderclap flying towards him, his wings trembled violently. Buzz. The speed of the uninitiated holy wings was unleashed to its limit. Wang Xian stared at the thunder hammer that was attacking him and drew a line in the air. The god of the 8 divine flames would unleash his full strength in the energy tide. It would be greatly weakened by the powerful impact of the ocean tide. The yin and yang patterns on Wang Xian's body rotated slowly. A yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl appeared around him. Crack, 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 crack. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning landed on the yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, producing a strong sound of collision. Kiki, break for me. The god of the 8 wisps of divine fire stared at Wang Xian with a grim expression. He held the thunder hammer with his other hand. Boom, crack, crack, crack. Even more explosive lightning appeared on his thunder hammer. However, at this moment, Wang Xian was only 1,000 meters away from him. This is the time. Wang Xian, who had also unleashed his full strength, shot out a cold killing intent from his eyes. His figure was flickering with light and darkness. Go to hell. The god of 8 wisps of divine fire roared furiously. An incomparably huge bolt of lightning struck towards him. Buzz. Wang Xian flapped his premolous holy wings violently and burst out at full speed. The lightning struck his body and passed right through him. The next moment, while the 8 wisps of divine fire god were stunned, a blood-red longsword penetrated his head. An aura that was filled with annihilation extended to his entire body. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm, and his entire divine kingdom was absorbed into the mother nest. What? Damn it! You actually killed Thunderbolt. At this moment, an extremely furious voice came from behind. When the old man saw his companion being killed so quickly, his eyes were filled with intense fear. Someone of the same level as him was actually killed so easily. His speed is so terrifying. Very soon, the old man stared at the uninitiated holy wings behind Wang Xian, and his expression changed. The bone wings could actually make him move so quickly in the ocean tide. He wasn't affected at all in the ocean tide. With such a disparity, it was no wonder he was able to kill experts of the same level. No wonder he dared to come and attack them. He was relying on the bone wings. This is an ultimate treasure. I must keep him here today. Otherwise, it will be difficult to catch him in the ocean tide. I have to pin him down and wait for the thunder demon and the rest to come over. The old man's mind was filled with thoughts. Crash. In an instant, countless lightning chains flew out from the heavenly lightning bead and wrapped around Wang Xian. Haha, it was worth it to kill 3 of them. Wang Xian saw the lightning chains attacking him. He flapped his incipient saint wings and easily dodged the chains. With his speed, the attacks of the 8 divine flames couldn't even reach him in the ocean tide. He looked up and drilled out of the ocean tide. I got 3 more treasures. Not bad, not bad. After flying out of the ocean, he looked at eternal shocking thunder and the other gods who were flying over. He laughed out loud. Seen your brother Thunder Demon, catch him. He attacked us just now. Thunder and the others were killed by him. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Lei Shan's body flew out from the ocean tide. He shouted with an extremely embarrassed expression. What? At this moment, when the gods who were flying over heard Lei Shan's voice, their faces froze slightly and their eyes widened. What was going on? Weren't they the ones who were lying in ambush and preparing to attack that fellow? Why was it that the other party was the one who was attacking them now? Furthermore, there were 3 gods who were killed by him. What was going on? Damn it, could it be that he has discovered our ambush? A middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He immediately roared, Stop him. 7 to 8 gods with at least 7 wisps of divine fire flew towards Wang Xian. Crash! Wang Xian floated in the air and flapped his bone wings. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you think you can stop me with just the 2 of you? He turned around slowly and flew towards the direction of the eternal divine leaf. Thunderspace Thunderstorm. The god who was at the center of the 9 wisps of divine fire had an ashen face. He roared and lightning appeared beneath his feet. Boom! The lightning beneath his feet exploded with a loud bang. His speed had reached a terrifying level. With every step he took, the sound of a thunderstorm rang beneath his feet. His speed was extremely terrifying. Wang Xian sensed the speed of the old man and raised his eyebrows slightly. He unleashed the uninitiated holy wings at full speed. Crash! In an instant, the distance between them was easily pulled apart. Behind them, eternal thunderclaps group chased after them with an embarrassed look on their faces. What's going on? It's not eternal thunderclaps people ambushing Lord Duobao, but Lord Duobao attacking them? Hiss, Fuck, Fuck, Fuck. Lord Duobao killed 3 eternal thunderclaps peerless experts. He's simply too powerful. At this moment, the people from Eternal Divine Leaf's side in the eastern region heard the voices coming from the front, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. It wasn't Lord Duobao who had been ambushed, but Lord Duobao who had gone to kill them. No wonder Lord Duobao hasn't flown into the ocean tide in the past few days. He's been waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 2074. 2074 killed 4 forcefully. What a fast speed. He is at the peak of the godly state. Even master speed is only SOSO. On a wooden raft in front of the ocean tide of the eastern region, the thin, middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian, who was flying towards him. He revealed a look of shock. Such speed was definitely at the peak of the godly state. Speed was also a part of one's strength. Moreover, it was an extremely important part. Is that bone wing that treasure? The middle-aged man asked Feng, mooching beside him with a burning gaze. That's right, senior brother. It's this treasure. It's all because of this bone wing that he can possess such terrifying speed. Feng Muqing said with a burning expression as well. Damn it, you killed 3 of our experts. Don't even think about escaping. In front of the ocean tide, Eternal Thunderclap and the rest of the powerhouses were chasing after Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian had already entered the Eternal Divine Leave's side. He sensed the group of people chasing after him and raised his eyebrows. Those bastards from Eternal Thunderclap actually dared to enter our territory. Attack! When the powerhouses from Eternal Divine Leaves saw that they dared to enter their territory, their faces turned cold. They immediately went up to them and attacked the Eternal Thunderclap's powerhouses who had stepped into their territory. Damn it! Damn you guys! When they saw the Eternal Divine Leaves powerhouses charging over, they looked extremely embarrassed. Hee, your speed is a little slow. Wang Xian stopped and said mockingly to the Eternal Thunderclap's powerhouses. You're courting death. Eternal Shock Lightning and the rest of the experts stopped in their tracks as well. They roared with gloomy faces. A god with 7 wisps of divine fire raised the thunder hammer in his hand, furiously, and hacked at Wang Xian's position. Plang! Wang Xian waved his arm, and the dragon blood sword in his hand blocked the lightning bolt. How dare you be so arrogant after entering the area of our Eternal Divine Leaves? Thorn of Death, bloom. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. In the air, under the attack of the 7 wisps of divine fire god, a green flower of thorns appeared beneath his feet. Before the middle-aged man could react, the flower of thorns bloomed. Voila! A weak sound rang out, and the blooming flower of thorns enveloped the middle-aged man. Everything happened in an instant, and the middle-aged man was directly enveloped by the thorn flower. He didn't even let out a scream. What? It's the thorn of death, retreat? The faces of everyone from Eternal Shocking Thunder changed drastically, and the old man in the middle shouted out with a gloomy face. His gaze was fixed on the thin, middle-aged man who had attacked, and his expression was incomparably ugly. Thorn of death, it's Li Jinghong. The old man stared at the thin, middle-aged man and shouted with a gloomy face. If you want to step into our area, you'll have to pay a price. Li Jinghong, who was on the wooden raft, stared at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, HMPH, a god with 8 wisps of divine fire still dares to be so arrogant. The old man coldly snorted when he heard his words. He turned his head around with an ugly expression and directly left. Regardless of whether it was their side or the other side, there was an array set up by the Eternal Godlord, so they didn't dare to go deep. That's Enforcerly. I didn't expect him to come. This lord actually came here too. I reckon it won't be long before the lords of our Eternal Divine Leaf Grand Elder Council also come. With one move, he directly killed a god of 7 wisps of divine fire under the eyes of Eternal Shocking Thunder and the other experts. As expected of that lord's disciple, it's too terrifying. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Li Jinghong on the wooden raft, their faces filled with reverence. Enforcerly, I didn't expect you to actually come. The top-tier Eternal Divine Leaf experts who were suppressing this place flew towards him and greeted him with smiles on their faces. Hee, this is the largest energy tide in over 100,000 years. I came over out of curiosity to take a look and settle some matters at the same time. Li Jinghong looked at the group of experts and replied with a smile. With Enforcerly around, we will have a much easier time. A god with 9 wisps of divine fire said with a smile. This little brother has quite the guts. He actually dared to attack the experts of eternal thunderclap. Li Jinghong turned his head and looked at Wang Xian, who was not far away. His gaze lingered on the bone wings for a few seconds. They want to ambush me. Naturally, I have to retaliate. Wang Xian also sized up Li Jinghong and said with a smile. Li Jinghong's strength was definitely at the top among the 8 wisps of divine flames. His attack method was very strong. He's just relying on the bone wings, Fang Muqing said coldly when he heard Wang Xian's words. Hee. Wang Xian glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he returned to the front of the energy tide and looked ahead quietly. That bone wing is indeed extraordinary. It seems to be able to reach the speed of the peak of the godly state without being affected by the energy tide. However, since this bone wing has been obtained by him and he has joined our eternal divine leaf, that treasure will belong to him. This is the rule set by the Master God. The elders beside Li Jinghong frowned slightly as they spoke. No one dared to disobey the rule set by the Lord God. And this rule was also to recruit more experts to join their eternal divine leaf. Li Jinghong nodded. Enforcer Li, do you want to go back to the main hall and rest for a while? The elders asked Li Jinghong. No, I'll stay here and take a look. You guys go ahead. Li Jinghong shook his head at them. Okay. The elders nodded. Even if some of them were stronger than Li Jinghong, they still respected him very much. All of this was because Li Jinghong had a master that they needed to revere. Senior brother, let's. Fang Muqing saw his senior brother standing motionlessly on the wooden raft and called out in puzzlement. I want to verify something. Li Jinghong's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He stood there motionlessly. Buzz. In less than 20 minutes, he saw Wang Xian making a move. An energy dragon claw clawed at the ocean tide. Another treasure found? Fang Muqing looked over with endless envy. Senior brother, he can obtain a treasure in the energy tide every 10 to 20 minutes. Occasionally, he can even obtain a divine weapon. Fang Muqing said with incomparable envy. Just as he said, a treasure at the level of a demigod was clawed over by the energy claw. How did he sense it? The energy within the ocean tide was surging. It was impossible for a demigod treasure to sense it. He could only rely on his eyes. However, I didn't sense any changes in his pupils. If it wasn't his eyes, then what could it be? It could be the bone wings hidden behind his back. He muttered in his heart as a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2075. 2075 killed 5. Li Jinghong didn't care about ordinary treasures at all. However, a treasure that could allow a god who had ignited 8 wisps of divine fire to burst forth with the speed of a peak godly state was something he coveted. Although it was scorching hot, he knew that some rules couldn't be touched. However, if such a treasure could clearly sense all the treasures within the energy tide, it would be different. Li Jinghong stood there and quietly pondered. Time slowly passed. During this time, he saw the young man, who was known as a treasure hunter, attack time and time again. Each time he attacked, he would obtain a treasure. Although these treasures were not in his eyes, if there were more of them, then it would be different. If he stayed in this energy tide for a few decades, wouldn't the treasures he obtained be comparable to a few dozen years of divine artifacts, or even a few hundred divine artifacts? One divine weapon was enough to buy a planet. A divine weapon with 2 wisps of divine fire. 2 hours later, another piece of information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. When he saw this piece of information, a smile appeared on his face. Another divine weapon. Whoosh. His body moved and flew directly into the energy tide. Lord Duobao has made his move again. If he doesn't make his move, then so be it. Once he makes his move, he will either be using a divine weapon or killing the god of eternal thunderclap. When some people nearby saw Wang Xian flying over, their eyes were filled with burning passion. That fellow is making his move again. At the opposite location, the fact that someone from the eternal divine leaf could clearly lock onto the treasures in the energy tide had already been known by everyone. When they saw Wang Xian flying over, they stared at him with an awkward expression. This time, no one attacked Wang Xian. After witnessing Wang Xian's terrifying speed, Eternal Thunderclap completely dismissed the idea of ambushing him. Now that they saw him flying towards the center of the energy tide, it must be due to the existence of the treasure. Naturally, his expression did not look good. Splash! At this moment, many people saw Wang Xian flying out with a water spirit pearl in his hand. The water spirit pearl emitted an extremely powerful divine glow. On it, there was a spiritual creature that looked like a fish that was wandering around. Divine weapon. A divine-level treasure. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was slightly shocked. As expected, it's another divine weapon. If Lord Treasure were to stay in this energy tide for a few more years, I reckon that no one in the entire Eternal Divine Leaf would be richer than him. It's too powerful. If I have this kind of energy, I will keep the treasures that I can use. I will exchange the rest of the treasures for military merits. I will get Lord Divine Leaf to guide me in my cultivation. When the people from the Eternal Divine Leaf saw the divine weapon in Wang Xian's hand, they were all burning hot. Li Jinghong, who was standing on the wooden raft, trembled. His breathing was a little hurried. I didn't use any eye bloodline techniques. With the strength of 8 wisps of divine fire, I definitely couldn't sense the treasure in the depths of the energy tide. It must be because of that bone wing. That bone wing itself came from the energy tide. It's very likely that it can sense the existence of some treasures. Li Jinghong kept pondering in his heart. This speed of obtaining treasures was too terrifying. If he stayed here for a few decades and gave all the treasures he obtained to Godlord Shinai, Godlord Shinai would probably be moved to accept him as his personal disciple. There was also a possibility that the Divine Leaf Godlord would take the bone wings for himself. Not to mention the speed that the bone wings can increase, just this ability alone would tempt anyone. It's no wonder that Feng Muqing is so angry. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Feng Muqing. What did you say last time that he injured you? Li Jinghong asked him indifferently. Senior brother, I didn't say anything. At that time, I said that I wanted to buy that bone wing, but he wasn't willing. Later, some of my words angered him and made him directly attack. He didn't have any scruples and didn't give me any face at all. Feng Muqing replied with an embarrassed expression. Do you know where he comes from in his background? Li Jinghong continued to ask. I checked, but there's no information. I only know that a disciple said that he flew over from the northern region. However, he dared to kill Eternal Shocking Thunder's direct disciple and expert. He can't be someone from Eternal Shocking Thunder. Maybe he has some enmity with Eternal Shocking Thunder, Feng Muqing said with a gloomy face. He also wanted to take revenge, but there was nothing he could do. A god with no background? That would be easier. Li Jinghong hesitated as he pondered over the situation. Just as he was thinking, he sensed that the young man had obtained another treasure. Let's go back, Li Jinghong said to Feng Muqing, and the wooden raft flew toward a mansion on the Divine Leaf continent. Senior brother, drink some tea. When they arrived at the manor, Feng Muqing respectfully poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table. Bang bang! Li Jinghong knocked on the table without saying anything, and his face revealed a thoughtful expression. Seeing that his senior brother didn't say anything, Feng Muqing quietly stood to the side. Tomorrow, you go and provoke that young man. It's best if you can make him attack you. Li Jinghong suddenly said to Feng Muqing. Oh, senior brother, anger. Senior brother, you mean to anger that young man. Senior brother, do you want it? Feng Muqing's body shook, and his face revealed an extremely excited expression. After I get the bone wings, I will help you build a powerful divine kingdom and support you to become Master's personal disciple. How about it, junior brother? Li Jinghong looked at him and said indifferently, build a powerful divine kingdom. Support him to become Master's personal disciple with all his might. Junior brother. Feng Muqing revealed an extremely excited expression when he heard his senior brother's words. Even though he was the proud son of heaven who suppressed a region with the eternal divine leaves, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. In the past, senior brother never called him junior brother because he was only an in-name disciple after all. Whether he could pass the test or not was uncertain. But now, with senior brother's full support, I can definitely become a personal disciple. Feng Muqing's heart was burning with passion, and his mind was full of thoughts. Senior brother, I know what to do, Feng Muqing said loudly with a face full of excitement. Such a treasure cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Li Jinghong's eyes were shining. You go over first tomorrow. I'll watch over here. As an eternal divine leaf law enforcer, he knew that his actions had broken the rules. Breaking the rules, even if he was that Lord Palm Technique's disciple, he still had to be punished. He couldn't let himself appear suspicious. If you don't succeed, you know what to do, Li Jinghong said to him. Don't worry, senior brother. Many people know about my conflict with him last time. I know what to do. Feng Muqing nodded heavily. He knew what he should do and what method his senior brother was going to use. Chapter 2076. 2076 killed 6. Another treasure. I wonder how many treasures Lord Duo Bao has obtained. Yesterday, Lord Duo Bao killed 3 Eternal Thunderclap experts, including 2 7-strand Divine Flames and 1 8-strand Divine Flames. Now, Lord Duo Bao's military merits have reached at least 7 leaves, which is higher than most of our Lord's military merits. If he takes out all the treasures in his hands, he should be able to reach 8 leaves of military merits, right? In front of the energy tide, some people looked at the figure at the edge and whispered. In yesterday's battle, he killed 3 Eternal Thunderclap experts, and his reputation spread across the entire Divine Leaf continent. Towards this Lord Duo Bao who suddenly appeared, they were filled with respect and admiration. In the future, if this Lord Duo Bao completely turns his military achievements into his personal honor, the Lord Godlord will definitely give him a very high position. Perhaps in a few hundred years or a few thousand years, he will be able to enter the core of our eternal divine leaf. After all, the bone wings on his body and the treasures in his hands are too abnormal. In front of the divine leaf continent, Feng Muqing flew towards the front of the energy tide with an expressionless face. He looked at the figure who was standing there arrogantly. Jealousy and anger flashed in his eyes. People were talking about him. He turned around, his eyes shining. Master Treasure has the ability to explore treasures in the energy tide. Maybe he will become the highest commander of this area in the future. More people were talking. Hearing them, his face became more and more embarrassed. Just as everyone had expected, all of this was very possible. Although he was the most outstanding heaven's favorite of Eternal Divine Leaf's generation, he hadn't ignited the divine fire yet. In front of those 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire, he was still a weak junior. In Eternal Divine Leaf, the value of a peerless heaven's favorite was at most comparable to 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire. There was still a big gap between his status and that of a true expert. That figure could already be said to be a top-tier expert in the Eternal Divine Leaf. In addition to his current military merits and treasures, his future was limitless. If it weren't for you, my grandfather wouldn't have fallen and made me so embarrassed. I may not be able to do anything to you, but that doesn't mean that other people can't. Very soon, you will feel regret and regret. Feng Muqing mumbled. He kept his expression and walked towards the figure. This is a wood elemental treasure. The treasure you use to create your divine kingdom is almost complete. At the edge of the energy tide, Wang Xian took a look at the treasure he had just obtained and passed it to Meng Muxin. Thank you. Meng Muxin nodded heavily and revealed a smile. Over the past few days, the treasures given to him by this young man in front of her were enough for her to build a powerful divine kingdom. In addition to the 5 wisps of divine fire on the sailboat, even his former master wouldn't be able to come up with such a treasure. After all, many gods with 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire didn't have such a divine weapon. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. He didn't like to owe people favors. He had repaid this favor. You have given Ming Muxin so much compensation. Don't you want to give me some compensation too? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Fang Muqing walked over slowly. He stared at Wang Xian and asked faintly, "Huh?" Ming Muxin, Li Mayan, and the rest looked over and revealed a stunned expression. This Fang Muqing was a little thick-skinned and unwilling. However, it made sense when they thought about it. Fang Muqing was naturally unwilling to accept this matter. "Get out of my sight." When Wang Xian heard these words and saw Fang Muqing, who was walking 10 meters in front of him, he shouted coldly with an expressionless face. Some people were worthy of sympathy, while others were not. "Wang Xian, you should know that my grandfather died because of that treasure on you. You gave Ming Muxin so many treasures as compensation. Shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Fang Muqing said with a slightly ferocious expression. "Hee, you are not worthy." Wang Xian said to him faintly, "I will give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. What if I don't get out? You will obtain the bone wings. Through the powerful ability of the bone wings, you will be able to explore the treasures in the energy tide. Now that you have obtained so many divine weapons, shouldn't you compensate me?" Fang Muqing stood there without any fear as he stared at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes. "Huh?" Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. A cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect Fang Muqing to have such thoughts. Using the uninitiated holy wings to search for treasures. 3 seconds are up. Wang Xian waved his arm, and a powerful force landed on Fang Muqing's body. In an instant, Fang Muqing was like an ant in front of him. He flew to the side and spat out blood. Wang Xian ignored him completely. Although it was forbidden to make a move here, the group of top-notch experts would not say anything even if Wang Xian made a move. It was just a lesson from an elder to a junior. What? What is going on? Did Fang Muqing offend Lord Duobao again? He was injured during the previous clash with Lord Duobao. This time, he actually dared to come again. Even though he is an extremely powerful god's favored son, he cannot be compared to the 8 wisps of divine fire god. Some of the people around were slightly shocked when they saw Wang Xian attacking Fang Muqing again. Let me guess correctly. Fang Muqing felt the intense pain in his body. A ferocious look appeared on his face as he shouted sternly. "Just you wait. 2 attacks and 2 humiliations. In the future, I, Fang Muqing, will definitely not let you off. When I become the disciple of Master Palm Technique, you should be prepared for my revenge." His eyes were filled with killing intent as he growled at Wang Xian. This Fang Muqing. When Ming Muxin and the rest saw Fang Muqing's expression, they frowned slightly. "Are you threatening me?" When Wang Xian saw Fang Muqing's undisguised threat, a hint of killing intent flashed across his face. It had been a long time since anyone dared to threaten him. Anyone who threatened me would have to pay a heavy price. Wang Xian slowly raised his palm and a 5-colored dragon claw instantly condensed. "I warned you last time. If you don't want to die, don't provoke me. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." Wang Xian's face was cold as he clawed at Fang Muqing with his 5 elemental dragon claws. "You, what are you doing?" In an instant, Fang Muqing felt the threat of death enveloping him. His face was filled with fear. He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. Is he trying to kill me? Was he seeking his own death? No, I don't want to die. I just want to anger him, senior." Fang Muqing roared in his heart. Bang! However, they were too close to each other. The 5 elemental dragon claws landed on his body in an instant. Death was imminent. Chapter 2077. 2077 had turned the sky upside down. No. At the moment before his death, Fang Muqing let out a scream of despair, his face filled with terror and disbelief. His voice was filled with regret. He only wanted to infuriate him so that he could trigger the rules of the eternal divine leaf. However, he had never expected that the other party would actually dare to kill him without the slightest bit of hesitation. At this moment, not only Fang Muqing, But everyone around was also looking at this scene in shock. Master Wang, you can't do that. Meng Muxin and Li Mayan had the same look of shock on their faces. They immediately shouted at Wang Xian. To kill someone in the territory of the Eternal Divine Leaves, and to kill one of the top heaven's favorites of the Eternal Divine Leaves, even the upper echelons of the Eternal Divine Leaves would have to be punished. Furthermore, Fang Muqing was the in-name disciple of that lord. Although he was only an in-name disciple, many people did not dare to provoke him. That lord was a spellcaster. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and stored Fang Muqing's corpse into the mother nest. Oh my god, Lord Duobao actually killed Fang Muqing in one move. Hiss, Lord Duobao actually killed Fang Muqing. This is breaking the heavens. It's over. Even if Lord Duobao has many military merits, it's useless. Something big has happened. Fang Muqing is a favored son of the heavens. No matter what his identity is, Lord Duobao killing him without any scruples is the greatest provocation to the Eternal Divine Leaf. This time, no one can save him. Everyone in the surroundings was in an uproar as they watched this scene in astonishment. Due to Wang Xian's action yesterday, there were at least tens of millions of people who were paying attention to him. Everyone knew that something big had happened. A shocked and unbelievable voice entered Wang Xian's ears. There was no change in his expression. He naturally knew that killing a favored son of heaven of the Eternal Divine Leaf was a big deal. Even if he had extraordinary strength, he would still be punished by the Eternal Divine Leaf. However, Fang Muqing was courting death and had a strong killing intent toward him. Naturally, Wang Xian would not let him off either. Since he had the intention to kill, he would kill him. Let those two girls settle things with their father. It's time to reveal my identity. Wang Xian smiled faintly and took out the communication device from the mother nest. Wang Xian had not contacted the two girls for the past 10 days. He could not help but grumble. This Lord Duobao is still smiling? He can still smile. When everyone saw Wang Xian standing there with a hint of a smile on his face, their faces froze and they were dumbfounded. He still dared to smile? He actually dared to kill Fang Muqing directly. However, at this moment, Li Jinghong, who had been hovering above the residents on the Divine Leaf continent, was slightly shocked when he saw Fang Muqing being killed directly. His face was filled with shock. However, the shock on his face soon turned into a smile. The heavens are really helping me. This fellow actually dared to kill Fang Muqing directly. I can punish him directly. Furthermore, Fang Muqing is already dead. There won't be any problems. The heavens are really helping me. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. Following that, he moved. A wooden raft appeared beneath him, and he flew towards Wang Xian. You dare to kill an innocent heaven's favorite disciple in the Eternal Divine Leaf, the in-name disciple of the Master of Laws. This crime deserves to be executed. Execution order. If you encounter a vicious person, kill him immediately. Mobilize all the experts in the Eternal Divine Leaf. All the experts in the Divine Leaf continent, get ready to kill that treasure. He stood on the wooden raft and roared with dignity. His voice spread to every corner of the Divine Leaf continent, and everyone could hear him clearly. Thorns of death, bloom. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted again, his face full of excited killing intent. If he killed him, he would be able to obtain that treasure. After obtaining that treasure, he would receive a terrifying reward. That treasure is mine. He was extremely excited. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky and had just taken out his communication device, immediately sensed a thorn flower beneath his feet when his voice rang out. Upon seeing this flower, he immediately placed his communication device into the mother nest and stomped lightly on it. Buzz. An aura of annihilation directly covered the thorny flower below. Before the death thorny flower bloomed, it began to wither slowly. What happened? Fang Muqing was killed by that Wang Xian. Enforcer Li has already issued an order to execute him. He actually dared to kill a heaven's favored son of our Eternal Divine Leaves. Why is this? Is he betraying the Eternal Divine Leaves? At this moment, voices came from every corner. A vast figure quickly flew over, his gaze locked onto this area. Duobao, how much enmity does Feng Muqing have with you to actually make you kill him? Such a cruel person. Accept the punishment of U.S. law enforcers. Li Jinghong saw that his thorn of death was blocked, and he slightly frowned. However, he did not stop as he shouted sternly. He knew that he possessed the bone wings with a terrifying speed. He had to tie down his opponent, or his opponent might escape. What a quick reaction. He didn't even give me the time to inform the two girls? Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw that he had killed Feng Muqing a moment ago, and that Li Jifa had appeared the next moment. That's not right. Why is there excitement and cold killing intent in his eyes? He looked at Li Jinghong, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face once again. There was something wrong with the other party's reaction and gaze. Planet of Thorns, bind. Li Jinghong stared at Wang Xian with a burning gaze. A wooden staff appeared in his hand. He waved his arm, and a planet-sized thorn that was about 400 to 500 kilometers in diameter covered Wang Xian. Countless thorns were like terrifying tentacles, continuously entangling Wang Xian. This won't do. I have to hide first and inform the two girls. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the terrifying entanglement of thorns as he swept his gaze forward. Other than this enforcerly, there were 7 to 8 gods with the lowest 8 wisps of divine fire flying towards him. He frowned and looked at the energy tied at the side before flying straight in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless thorns fell from the sky and started to entangle with him. Crash. The sound of bones could be heard coming from Wang Xian's back. The uninitiated holy wings appeared on his back. He held the dragon blood sword in his hand and slashed at the thorns. Poof! Wang Xian, who was controlling the uninitiated holy wings, burst out several times his speed. He avoided the entanglement of the thorns and entered the energy tide. Without any hesitation, he flew straight into the depths of the ocean tide. Damn it, such fast speed. However, don't even think about escaping this time. Li Jinghong looked a little embarrassed when he saw this scene. With a move of his palm, a black thorn appeared in his hand. He followed closely behind and entered the ocean tide. Chapter 2078 2078, 2078 Divine Leaf Enforcers versus Divine Leaf Guardians? Go. This is bad. What is Lord Wang trying to do? He is trying to run away. Is he trying to make an enemy out of the entire eternal divine leaf? Seeing that Wang Xian was blocking the attack of enforcers Li, Meng Muxin, Li Mayan, and the rest had an ugly expression on their faces. Killing a Heaven's Pride disciple and disobeying the enforcers was already making an enemy out of the entire eternal divine leaf. Next, he'll be hunted by the entire leaf of eternity. It is terrible to anger a god-level force. Lord Wang doesn't look like a bad guy. Now, Meng Muxin had a good impression of Wang Xian, although his master's accidental fall was due to the treasure. But she also knows that the enemy is the eternal thunder, not blame Wang Xian. Wang Xian had no need to compensate her with so many treasures. However, he did it. This meant that he was not a bad person. Although he is not a bad person, he is a little extreme. It's over. Li Mayan said with an embarrassed expression. When everyone around saw this scene, their expressions changed. They never expected that Lord Duobao, who had been in the limelight for the past few days and killed a top-notch eternal thunderclap expert, would kill Feng Muqing without any hesitation. With Lord Duobao's strength and ability, he would have a bright future in the eternal divine leaf. Enter the energy tide to help Li Enforcer. If the other party resists, kill him immediately. The top-notch experts around him immediately followed closely behind and chased after him. He didn't have any effect in the ocean tide. As expected, it's all thanks to that bone wing. When Li Jinghong entered the ocean tide, he saw that Wang Xian had already flown over 100 kilometers away. His expression changed slightly. Black Forest Lockwood, go. Li Jinghong gritted his teeth. He looked at the black thorn in his hand with some heartache and flew directly toward Wang Xian. This black forest lockwood was not a divine artifact, but a branch on a divine tree. Furthermore, this branch was a one-time use. Using it once would deplete all of its energy and cause it to wither. Buzz. The black thorn streaked across the ocean tide and headed straight for Wang Xian's body. The black thorn was extremely strange. Even in the ocean tide, its speed was still extremely terrifying. Since I've made my move, you can stay here. He growled with a gloomy face. Huh, what is this? What a fast speed. Wang Xian, who was flying forward, sensed the thorns behind him. His expression changed slightly. He was initially surprised. Even if he was at the peak of the godly state, he wouldn't be able to stop him if he entered the ocean tide with the help of the Primalist Saint Wings. When he sensed the black thorns, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Clang! The dragon blood sword in his hand slashed directly at the black forest lockwood behind him. Bang! 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 However, what surprised Wang Xian was that the moment the black thorns touched the dragon blood sword, they immediately wrapped themselves around it and wrapped themselves around his arm. Boom! Wang Xian's body trembled. The destructive energy charged toward the black thorns. Bang! Bang! However, when the 5 elements annihilation force landed on it, it only slowed down the speed of the black forest lockwood. It was still completely wrapped around Wang Xian's arm. Wang Xian frowned slightly. When he saw Li Jinghong holding onto the other end of the black thorn, his expression turned ugly. It seems like I shouldn't underestimate the gods in the world. Wang Xian's brows were tightly knitted. He hadn't been in the boundless galaxy for long. There must be many treasures and incredible existences in such a huge galaxy. This dark thorn was an extremely strange and powerful thing. Kill him. Wang Xian saw that his arm was entangled. The dark thorn had already entered his arm and merged with his arm. Furthermore, some of the thorns had entered his chest strangely. If he were to cut off the position of his arm and chest, he would suffer a lot of damage and lose a large amount of dragon energy. Faced with this law enforcer Li, who was filled with a strange, killing intent towards him, Wang Xian did not have any scruples. Crash! The bone wings flapped violently and pushed his speed to the limit. Wang Xian turned around and attacked Li Jinghong directly. Haha, it's a head-on confrontation. I, Li Jinghong, am not afraid of anyone of the same level. Li Jinghong revealed a cold expression when he saw Wang Xian flying toward him. He opened his palm and the staff in his hand emitted a dazzling divine light. The densely packed thorns under his body spread out in the surroundings. The entire thorny domain was centered around him. I can't waste any more time. Let's finish this battle as soon as possible. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. The 7-colored radiance on his body flickered as his speed reached its peak. As long as I trap you, you will die today. Li Jinghong let out a wild roar as countless thorns flew towards him to entangle him. In front of the overwhelming number of thorns, his speed was completely useless. This was because there were no blind spots in this domain. Li Jinghong knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Wang Xian with his terrifying killing intent and speed. However, all he had to do was to tie him down. The group of experts behind him would arrive soon. At that time, even if he had the bone wings, it would be difficult for him to escape. Boom! At this moment, the entire bramble domain trembled slightly. An incomparably huge millstone appeared above the brambles and completely suppressed them. A divine weapon, and it's a very powerful divine weapon. Li Jinghong's expression changed slightly when he saw the appearance of the 5 elements millstone. The 5 elements millstone that Wang Xian was using now could be comparable to a divine weapon with 7 wisps of divine fire. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 elements millstone appeared, and the thorny vines withered one after another. I can hand over this divine weapon and leave behind the bone wings. Li Jinghong's eyes were extremely cold. His body trembled and a divine tree appeared in the sky. The divine tree was like a willow tree with terrifying branches. The branches were thrown at Wang Xian. Bang! Wang Xian held the dragon blood sword and slashed at the branches. The level of the divine tree couldn't be compared to the dragon blood sword at all. The branches were broken one by one. Damn it. The level of this blood-colored longsword is definitely not lower than the level of the 6 wisps of divine fire. Li Jinghong's eyes revealed a greedy look when he saw this scene. Focus! He let out a furious roar. All the branches of the Tree of God were entangled together like a terrifying whip. They were thrown at Wang Xian. Now! A clear light flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He saw Li Jinghong, who was only 10 kilometers away, attacking him directly. Buzz. When Li Jinghong saw that Wang Xian dared to ignore the Tree of God's concentrated attack, his eyes were filled with coldness. However, what happened next stunned him. The concentrated branch pierced through Wang Xian's body directly. A divine dragon appeared on the blood-red longsword and slashed toward his body. Not good. Caught off guard, coupled with Wang Xian's speed at the peak of the godly state, it was already too late for him to dodge the 10-kilometer distance. Crack. The dragon blood sword slashed out with a cracking sound. Li Jinghong's arm, which was holding the black forest lockwood, as well as his ordinary body, was chopped off. Fresh blood flowed out instantly, and the wooden token on his chest was broken. However, he did not die under this attack that Wang Xian thought was certain to die. Chapter 2079 2079 Divine Leaf Law Enforcement versus Divine Leaf Guardian? Hit. It was that wooden token that blocked my fatal attack. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The void coupled with the speed of the uninitiated holy wings were Wang Xian's most unexpected killing move at the moment. There were very few people of the same level who could block this unexpected attack. Although Li Jinghong was hit, the wooden token on his body had saved his life and only caused him to be severely injured. Damn thing. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Intense pain came from Li Jinghong's body. Looking at the injuries on his body, he couldn't help but let out a roar and shouted at Wang Xian ferociously. He stared at the broken wooden token and his expression turned ugly. This wooden token was a life-saving wooden token. It was a precious treasure given to him by his master. To be able to dodge a fatal blow, such a special treasure was even more precious than a divine weapon. However, the wooden token had already been broken. A piece of black forest lockwood and this wooden token. If he couldn't obtain the Primalist's sacred wings, he would be at a huge disadvantage this time. Li Jinghong's expression turned ashen. Oh no, Enforcer Li is seriously injured. Attack with all your might. At this moment, 7 to 8 gods flew over from the back. When the old man in the middle saw Li Jinghong's tragic scene, his expression changed slightly. Consider yourself lucky this time. However, you won't be so lucky soon. When Wang Xian saw the group of gods flying over, there were 2 out of the 9 wisps of divine fire. He glanced at Li Jinghong coldly and turned around to flee. With his strength, he was not strong enough to fight against the experts with 9 wisps of divine fire. Furthermore, after witnessing the treasures that Li Jinghong possessed, he was filled with wariness towards these experts. This time, he had only relied on the treasures to win. Buzz. He flapped his bone wings and darted through the ocean tides at a terrifying speed. In an instant, he had pulled away from them. We let him escape. The gods looked embarrassed when they saw Wang Xian's speed. They couldn't catch up to him in the energy tides. Enforcer Li, are you all right? The old man in the middle came to Li Jinghong's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. The branches covered half of his torn body. The torn area was taken away by Wang Xian because his arm was holding the black forest shacklewood. He said with a gloomy face. His strength was definitely at the peak among the 8 wisps of divine flames. In addition to the treasures in his hands, he didn't think that anyone of the same level could fight against him. The divine artifacts in that fellow's hands were too many and too strong. Enforcer Li, this Wang Xian is very strong. Coupled with his terrifying speed, we can't catch him at all. Moreover, now? The old man in the middle looked at Li Jinghong and frowned. This matter was not something they could deal with. Phew, he has the black forest lockwood that I left behind. I can sense it within 10 hours. Li Jinghong said with an extremely embarrassed expression. Enforcer Li, even if you can sense his location, it will be difficult for us to kill him. The old man's brows were tightly knitted. That bone wing treasure was too powerful. It did not have the slightest effect in the ocean tide. I will inform the experts of the law enforcement department to send someone over, Li Jinghong said with a dark expression. There was only one way now. As long as the experts of the law enforcement department arrived, that fellow would definitely die. However, when the experts of the law enforcement department arrived, he was afraid of that treasure. Let's kill him first. Li Jinghong was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that things had come to this point. He took out the special communication device of the law enforcement department and immediately released a message to the entire law enforcement department. Once the message was released, all the law enforcers would be able to see it. The Divine Leaf Law Enforcement Department was the department with the greatest authority of the Eternal Divine Leaf. All those who violated the rules would be punished by the Law Enforcement Department. Even if you were a peak Divine Realm expert, you would still be killed by the Divine Leaf Law Enforcement Department. The Divine Leaf Law Enforcement Department was famous for suppressing the entire eastern region and intimidating all the disciples in eternal shocking thunder. On the energy tide side, an 8-wisp divine fire god who joined Eternal Divine Leaf not long ago killed the heaven's favored son, Fang Muqing, and heavily injured me. I request the other experts of the Law Enforcement Department to come over and support me. Li Jinghong sent the information to the Law Enforcement Department and stood there quietly watching. The law enforcers of the planets near the Divine Leaf continent immediately rush over. Now, you guys start contacting Captain Li Jinghong. Soon, a message was sent to all the law enforcers. Soon after, the experts of the Law Enforcement Department contacted Li Jinghong. Seeing the law enforcers nearby, Li Jinghong revealed a smile. There were more than 50 enforcers in total, including 3 out of 9 divine flames and 5 out of 8 divine flames. With such power, coupled with the experts from the Divine Leaf continent, it was enough to surround them. Buzz. At this moment, the communication in his hand trembled slightly. What? Master, come here. When he saw the message on the communication, his expression changed slightly. Right. No matter what, Fang Muqing is Master's in-name disciple. If someone kills him, it's not giving Master any face. The god of 8 divine flames is worthy of Master's action. Li Jinghong's eyes flickered as he spoke. Since Master is here, that guy's time to die has come. A sinister expression appeared on his face. Wait here. In a while, my master will also come. He said to the people beside him. What? Lord Palm Technique is also here. The gods beside him, who had 8 wisps of divine fire and 9 wisps of divine fire, were slightly shocked, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Li Jinghong's master was the master of the Palm Technique. He was the leader of the enforcement division of the Eternal Divine Leaf, the master of the Palm Technique. In the Eternal Divine Leaf, he could practically follow the law and set the rules. Since even the master of the Palm Technique is here, Wang Xian will not be able to escape this calamity. We can take back the bone wing treasure. The old man in the middle said slowly. When Li Jinghong heard the words, bone wing treasure, he frowned slightly. His expression changed slightly. I hope nothing unexpected will happen, he thought to himself. At the same time, there was a planet built with a powerful force located beside the Eternal Kingdom. The planet was covered in black divine grade thorns. Outside the majestic law enforcement hall, a middle-aged man was leading a dozen or so people as they flew towards the Eternal Kingdom while emitting a powerful aura. Although that Fang Muqing is only my in-name disciple, that kid's talent is not bad. He should be able to pass the test. Someone dares to kill my in-name disciple. I wonder who gave him the courage. In the void, the leader of the majestic middle-aged man spoke slowly, the thorns in his eyes connecting into a single line. His entire pupil was like a wooden prison, filled with a powerful pressure. Soon, the majestic middle-aged man led more than a dozen vast figures and quickly flew towards the energy tide. Chapter 2080. 2080 2080 Divine Leaf Enforcers versus divine leaf guardians. In the huge eternal divine kingdom at the center of the eastern region, divine trees, divine herbs, and divine flowers covered the entire eternal divine kingdom. At the teleportation array, the dignified middle-aged man led a group of enforcers towards the direction of the energy tide. At the same time, at the center of the eternal divine kingdom, at the highest point of the huge divine tree, two little girls were sitting on a swing, swaying with smiles on their faces. Beside them, a woman with a graceful and noble temperament stood behind one of the girls, giving her a whip. The woman had snow-white hair. Although she didn't look old, she had a gloomy aura about her. However, at that moment, the woman's face was filled with smiles. These two little girls were naturally Huarcaire. The woman behind them was their mother, the wife of the divine leaf god lord. Buzz buzz. At this moment, a communication device not far ahead rang. The flower that was swaying on the swing immediately jumped down. It should be that guy Old Wong. She immediately walked to the table and saw that it was indeed that guy's message. A smile appeared on her small face, and her pair of small canine teeth looked very cute. Is it him? Kair also looked over and asked Huaer. Oh, is the one who raised you two little girls here? Mother should properly thank that friend. The woman looked over and said with a smile on her face. The sudden return of her two daughters over the past year made the woman feel as if she had returned to the feeling of having given birth to the two of them in her womb for 10 months. She was filled with excitement and excitement. However, her daughters suddenly had a father, which made her a little jealous. Needless to say, her husband was even more so. Over the past year, they had heard the two little girls talking about the pervert whom they called Old Wong countless times. They could tell that the two little girls were dependent and fond of that person. Yes, I will open the divine shadow for him. Huar saw that it was Wang Xian's message and revealed an excited expression. However, she pouted slightly and her face was filled with displeasure. HMPH, this guy said that he would come over after settling down Earth. It's been more than a year now. She pouted and shouted softly. A virtual image appeared in the image in front of her. HMPH, you still know how to contact us? Huar snorted coldly when she saw Wang Xian. Kair walked over with a smile. Two girls. I'm already in the eternal divine leaf's domain. I'm now at the energy tide. Quick, quick, Daddy. I'm being chased by the eternal divine leaf's people. Hurry up and come and save us. In the screen, Wang Xian smiled at the two girls. After he got rid of Li Jinghong, he flew for half an hour. When he saw that no one was chasing after him, he immediately contacted Huar and Kair. The reason why Wang Xian dared to kill their disciples in the territory of Eternal Divine Leaf was because of these two little girls. What? You came to the eastern region? Eternal Divine Leaf's people are chasing after you. What? What's going on? Huaer was slightly stunned when she heard Wang Xian's words. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. Why would their people be chasing after Wang Xian? There's a heaven's favorite among your eternal divine leaf who provoked me. He even said that he wanted to kill me, so I killed him. When I was about to contact you, the experts of your eternal divine leaf came over. They are all experts with 8 divine flames and 9 divine flames. I can't hold them off. You two little girls, think of a way quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to collect my corpse. Wang Xian was still smiling as he spoke to the two little girls. Really? Huaer Kair was slightly stunned and frowned. I can still lie to you. Look. Wang Xian raised his right arm. There were traces left behind by the black forest lockwood. This blackthorn was a little strange. He was actually unable to remove it at once. According to his estimation, it would take at least half a day. Old Wang, where are you? We'll head over immediately. Kair immediately said from the side. Within the energy tide. Wang Xian said directly. All right, we should be able to lock onto your position through the communication device. Wait for us, we'll be there very soon. The two little girls immediately said as they looked at the woman at the side. Mom, is Dad back yet? Old Wang is in some trouble. We need to go over immediately. Huar immediately said to the woman, Your father went to the Black Forest to settle some matters, but he hasn't returned yet. The woman frowned. Seeing her daughter's slightly anxious appearance, she walked over. Then, Mother, our eternal divine leaf's experts are now chasing after him. If? Huar frowned and looked at her mother. It's fine. The fact that he can contact you means that he's fine. Ask him to find a place to stay for half an hour. We'll be there in half an hour. The woman immediately said, Yes, okay. Huarkire immediately nodded. Mother, then we'll go there immediately. I'll go with you, the woman said. With a wave of her arm, a flower flew forward. Grandmother, aunties. At this moment, a figure flew over quickly. The figure was a middle-aged man, a dignified middle-aged man. However, before the woman, he did not have the slightest bit of imposing manner. This middle-aged man was the middle-aged man who had informed the divine leaf god lord the last time. Bring the people who protect the divine leaf with you and follow me immediately to the energy tide land. The woman said directly. Grandma, are you going too? The middle-aged man was slightly startled and hurriedly asked. That's right. The person who saved the girl, you and Euro, is in danger. We'll go there immediately. The woman said directly. Okay, Grandma, we'll go to the teleportation array immediately. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He naturally knew about the young man his grandma had mentioned. He was the young man who had raised his 2 aunts on that planet. With his aunt's current status in the eternal divine leaf, that young man's status was incomparably noble. Even his brothers had to be respectful. He didn't dare to hesitate and directly flew towards the teleportation array. At the same time, the petals flew in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, figures quickly flew over. These figures were the people who had followed the divine leaf god lord to Earth the last time. 7 peak deity realm elders, a group of gods with 8 or 9 wisps of divine fire. Although they wore different clothes, everyone in the eternal divine leaf knew about them. They were the guardians of the divine leaves. The guardians of the divine leaves, the power of the eternal divine leaves. Different from the guardians of the divine leaves, the guardians of the divine leaves usually stayed in the eternal divine kingdom and guarded the surroundings. The guardians of the divine leaves were the spears, and the guardians of the divine leaves were the shields. Greetings to the divine lady and the 2 princesses. More than 50 figures flew over and immediately shouted, Let's hurry over. The 2 little girls immediately came to the front of the array and urged. The group stepped into the array and immediately disappeared. Only 10 minutes had passed since the group of figures had teleported away. Chapter 2081. 2081 Execution Order 2081 Kill. Since the 2 girls are here, everything will be fine. Wang Xian hung up the communication with the 2 girls and heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Xian still had to respect the experts of the eternal divine leaf. For example, that enforcer Li had many tricks up his sleeves. He had to use his full strength to suppress those of the same level. It's only half an hour, but I can hold on, Wang Xian said slowly as a relaxed expression appeared on his face. He knew that there was nothing that the 2 girls couldn't handle in the eternal divine leaf. I can't hide here. How embarrassing. Wang Xian looked at his surroundings and looked at the time. There were still more than 20 minutes left. Go to the divine leaf continent and wait. He raised his eyebrows faintly. After wandering in the energy tide for more than 10 minutes, he flew towards the divine leaf continent. No matter what, he was the father of the 2 little girls. It would be embarrassing if they saw him being chased and hiding in a sorry state. His speed was very fast. The powers of light and darkness covered his entire body, causing him to hide in the void. Coming out from an empty spot, Wang Xian flew straight towards the divine leaf continent. With his face covered, very few people could recognize him. He leisurely came to a restaurant and ordered some dishes, waiting for Hua Er and Kai Er to come and protect him. At this moment, what Wang Xian didn't know was that Li Jinghong and all the experts from the energy tide were standing respectfully by the teleportation formation in the divine leaf continent. The formation flickered, and a dozen figures slowly appeared. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Lord Palm Technique." Li Jinghong and the other gods bowed respectfully to the dignified middle-aged man in the middle. The middle-aged man's skin was slightly tanned, and his body was filled with a cold aura. Looking at the enforcement experts behind Lord Palm Technique, their faces were filled with respect. If Lord Palm Technique were to make a move, no matter how powerful the gods were, they would be doomed. "Jinghong, do you know where the sinner is?" The middle-aged man directly asked Li Jinghong, looking at his injured body. "Master, he was hit by my black forest lockwood. I can sense it now." Li Jinghong immediately said, "Let me do it." A god with 8 wisps of divine fire can damage your life-saving wooden token. It seems that he is not weak. The middle-aged man said faintly and moved his finger. A black thorn emerged from his finger and formed a circle. A picture slowly appeared in the circle. In the picture, a young man was sitting in a restaurant and eating leisurely. "It's him. He is in our divine leaf continent. How dare he? How dare he?" Li Jinghong was furious when he saw Wang Xian's figure and how leisurely he was sitting there. He actually dared to come back and was even eating leisurely in a restaurant on the divine leaf continent. This was an insult to them. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have a lot of powerful divine weapons. It's time for you to die. Li Jinghong continued to speak with a face full of anger. This Wang Xian is indeed courageous. He actually dared to come back. Is he disrespecting us? When the rest of the gods saw this scene, they frowned as well. A cold expression appeared on their faces. The distance is very close. This is perfect. Let's kill him directly. The middle-aged man sensed the position of the young man on the screen. There was no expression on his face. The closer the distance was, the easier it would be. The more arrogant a person was, the faster he would die. "Let's go." As he spoke indifferently, a leaf appeared under his feet. "Master, that guy has a powerful divine weapon, the bone wings. That bone wings can allow him to burst out with the speed of a peak deity." Li Jinghong reminded him from the side. "Okay." The middle-aged man didn't care. He stood on the leaf and flew directly toward the restaurant hundreds of kilometers away. A group of law enforcers immediately followed behind, their faces revealing cold killing intent. Li Jinghong and the others immediately followed behind. Buzz, a distance of 100 kilometers, was very close to them. Soon, they appeared around the restaurant. "Oh, that's our eternal thunderclaps law enforcers. What are they doing?" "All of our energy tide experts are following. The middle-aged man in front is? It seems to be Lord Palm Technique." "Hiss, our Lord Palm Technique is taking action personally. Who is he dealing with? No, could it be that he is here to kill that duo Bao?" The sudden appearance of a group of people caused shock to appear on the faces of the people around them. So. Without the middle-aged man's order, the powerful warriors immediately scattered around the restaurant and surrounded it. Wang, the middle-aged man, stood there, and the dark green energy directly covered the entire restaurant. So. Ah, what's going on? Suddenly, the dark green energy turned into thorns and directly wrapped around the people inside and brought them out. For a moment, only one person was left in the entire restaurant, and it was completely sealed. What happened? It's the law enforcers. No, it's not right. The Lord Palm Technique is here too. Hiss, are there villains in there? The people who were pulled out were slightly shocked. When they saw the group of people floating in the air, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at the middle-aged man in the middle respectfully and retreated to the side respectfully. We're surrounded. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the restaurant, immediately sensed the strange situation around him. His expression changed slightly. He looked at the time and his eyes flickered. Voila! His figure flickered and the entire building of the restaurant disappeared. All that was left was a table and a chair floating in the air. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings indifferently. He was slightly shocked when he saw the group of experts surrounding him. His gaze slowly landed on the middle-aged man with slightly tanned skin. From his body, Wang Xian could feel the threat of death. He was definitely no match for this person. There were quite a number of people with the 9 wisps of divine flames around him. Even with the incipient holy wings, it was difficult for him to escape from this place. That is, Lord Duobao, how could it be him? Wasn't he being chased by law enforcemently and the rest? Now, he's here drinking and eating meat? This. He's so calm even though he's being hunted down by law enforcement. How dare he come here to eat? When everyone around saw Wang Xian, they were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. He dared to come back after being hunted down by their eternal divine leaf law enforcement? And he even sat there to eat? How bold was he? Or was he looking down on them? However, he might be finished. Our Lord Palm technique is here. Execution kill order, kill? It was a sensation. The news that Duobao had killed Feng Muqing and was being hunted down by the law enforcers had spread throughout the entire Divine Leaf continent. However, no one had expected that Lord Duobao would dare to come back. He even dared to eat here leisurely. This was courting death. Chapter 2082 2082 The Despairing Li Jinghong. He must die. Everyone looked at Lord Palm Technique in awe and at the young man who was surrounded in the center. Lord Palm Technique's strength could be ranked among the top existences in the entire Eternal Thunderclap, the entire Eastern region, and even the entire Boundless Star area. A god with 8 wisps of divine fire, even if he had many divine weapons, would die today. Not far from here, Meng Muxin, Li Mayan, and the rest happened to be nearby. When they saw the situation here, all of them were dumbfounded. He actually rushed over. Everyone around felt that he was extremely arrogant. Even if he can't stop me, there's no need to call for help, right? Furthermore, there are so many top-notch experts. He really thinks highly of me. At this moment, Wang Xian frowned slightly as he scanned the crowd around him. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man and Li Jinghong. I really didn't expect you to dare to come back. You were too arrogant. Let's see how you are going to dodge this time. Li Jinghong glared at Wang Xian with a face full of hatred. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The Black Forest Lockwood and the Wooden Token were the 2 treasures in his hands. Both of them had been consumed by Wang Xian. His heart was filled with anger. Hide? Why should I hide? You've called for help, and I've also called for help. I want to see how you guys will take me down later. Wang Xian said to Li Jinghong with a smile. Call for help? When Li Jinghong heard Wang Xian's words and saw the smile on his face, a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. This fellow was rather calm. You killed Feng Muqing, right? The middle-aged man stared at Wang Xian and asked indifferently. Yes. That fellow didn't even ignite his divine fire and dared to provoke me. He even wanted to kill me. He's courting death. Wang Xian replied casually. He's my in-name disciple and the favored son of the eternal celestial undertaking. You killed him and severely injured the enforcer. No one can save you today. Let me tell you, no one will be able to save you. The middle-aged man said to Wang Xian indifferently. With a move of his palm, a black thorn formed a sharp sword. Those who violate the rules of the eternal divine leaf will die. The middle-aged man said to Wang Xian as the sharp sword was aimed at him. A threat of death was felt instantly. Wait a moment. Wang Xian's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the sharp sword. He said to him immediately, It's already been 30 minutes. Why aren't these 2 girls here yet? He mumbled and swept his gaze around. If they didn't come now, he would really be in danger of dying. Wait, none of you can save you. Prepare to die. Li Jinghong stared at Wang Xian and shouted coldly. Swoosh. The middle-aged man's expression was calm. He ignored Wang Xian and immediately attacked Wang Xian with the sharp sword in front of him. Damn it! When Wang Xian saw the middle-aged man making a move, his expression changed slightly. That Duobao is going to die. He's too arrogant. How dare he come back after being chased by law enforcement? He's simply courting death. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were basically certain that Duobao was going to die. Boom, boom, Boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from behind. A terrifying pressure was coming towards them. This pressure. In an instant, everyone's faces were extremely pale, and some of the weaker ones were lying on the ground. This pressure. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and the surrounding enforcers' expressions instantly became serious. Stop, if you dare to hurt him, you'll all die. At this moment, an angry voice rang out from behind. Muliang, stop. Following that, a cold and dignified voice rang out. At this moment, the middle-aged man's body trembled as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stopped the sharp sword. When Wang Xian saw that the black sword had stopped, he heaved a sigh of relief. My dear daughter, come and save me. Your people from the eternal divine leaves want to kill me. He shouted towards the left. Who is that? At this moment, it wasn't just the middle-aged man. The rest of the enforcers were slightly shocked when they heard the cold and majestic female voice. Feeling the terrifying pressure, they looked over immediately. More than 50 figures were flying over quickly. In the middle was a woman, and beside her were two young girls who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Behind them, old men were exuding a terrifying aura. When they saw the woman's face, their bodies trembled, and disbelief appeared on their faces. Who is that? Some of the people below raised their heads to look over. When they saw the woman with snow-white hair, they revealed expressions of shock. Grandmother, aunt. In the next moment, the middle-aged man immediately bowed and shouted with a face full of surprise. His grandmother had not left the eternal divine kingdom for nearly 10,000 years, and she had actually come here today. And what his two aunts had said just now. This. His mind was full of twists and turns, and he was extremely shocked. Walala. Greetings, Madam Godlord. In the surrounding area, a group of law enforcers immediately knelt down in the air and shouted loudly. We pay our respects to the Divine Lord's wife. In the area below, everyone was paying their respects to the woman in the sky. The Divine Lord's wife, the mistress of the entire eternal divine leaf, could also be said to be the mistress of the eastern region. Facing such a high and mighty woman, everyone had to kneel down and pay their respects. The millions of people gathered around them knelt down and shouted respectfully. Yes, stand up. The woman nodded her head lightly. She had the temperament of a mother who ruled the world. Her voice entered everyone's ears, giving them an irresistible charm. Everyone slowly stood up and looked up in shock. Old Wang, are you all right? They didn't do anything to you, right? At this moment, Hua Urkai Er, who was standing beside the woman, flew towards Wang Xian hurriedly. The two girls grabbed his arms from both sides and asked with concern on their faces. I'm fine, I'm fine. Fortunately, you two girls came in time. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the experts around him with a teasing look. Just now, they said that I would die no matter who came. Now, it seems that I don't have to die anymore. We heard it. HMPH, Xiao Muliang. I think you want to be spanked. Hua Er glared at the middle-aged man and snorted at him. At this moment, cold sweat appeared on Li Muliang's forehead. His slightly tanned face immediately squeezed out a smile. Auntie, I don't know. I don't know his relationship with you guys. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to offend him even if I was beaten to death. He looked at the two little girls with a frown. At this moment, he remembered something his younger brother had told him a year ago. These two aunties had recognized a godfather. At that time, he didn't take it to heart. It seemed that this young man was right. Around him, everyone looked at the palm technique user of the eternal divine leaf, their faces filled with shock. Behind him, Li Jinghong's forehead was filled with cold sweat and fear. Chapter 2083 2083 Under the despairing Li Jinghong, there were two most powerful forces in the eternal divine leaf. One was eternal law enforcement, and the other was eternal protection. Of these two most powerful forces, one was controlled by Li Muliang, and the other was controlled by Li Muyuan. Li Muliang and Li Muyuan were brothers, and at the same time, they were also the grandson of the divine leaf god lord. Their father's lifespan had already passed by 100,000 years, and all the power was basically controlled in their generation. God Lord Shinai suppressed everything and basically didn't do anything. Li Muliang had the right to say that no one could save him, because the only one who could suppress him in the entire eternal divine leaf was his senior. There were only 2 people above him in the past, but now there were 2 more. Especially the 2 extra ants, who were the little princess of the entire eternal thunderclap. When they were at the family banquet, they had seen their grandfather, who had not smiled for a long time, smiling all the way. They could sense that their grandparents wanted nothing more than to hold their ants in their hands. All the direct descendants of eternal God Leaf now understood that you could make their grandparents angry, but you could not provoke these 2 little princesses. Because these 2 little princesses were involved, their grandparents were even angrier. Therefore, no one in the entire eternal divine leaf dared to make them unhappy. As the disciple of the Dharma Master, Li Jinghong knew a little about it. He also knew that the daughter of the divine leaf master from hundreds of thousands of years ago had suddenly returned. But he never expected that this young man had such a good relationship with the 2 little princesses. It's okay. It's okay. Everything I've done has been done according to the rules. Fang Muqing is already dead. There won't be any problems with me. Li Jinghong's heart was beating violently. He was somewhat glad now. He was glad that Fang Muqing had been killed. If he was still alive, all of this might have been exposed. Everyone around heard what the 2 girls said to the Dharma-wielding lord, and heard how they addressed the 2 girls. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. There are rumors that Lord Divine Leaf's fallen daughter has returned. Could it be true? Some of the gods were extremely shocked. Young Master Wang, welcome to the eternal divine leaf. At this moment, the woman looked at Wang Xian and greeted him with a smile on her face. Yes, hello. Wang Xian nodded at the woman. He understood that this must be Hua Kai Yar's biological mother. Old Wang, let me introduce you. This beautiful lady is our mother. We agreed that you would come back to look for us after settling down. It has already been a year, and you are only here now. The 2 girls pouted and said to Wang Xian, As you know, we have just arrived here. Of course, it will take some time. Oh, right. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at Li Jinghong with a cold glint in his eyes. Huh. Li Jinghong sensed Wang Xian's gaze, and his expression changed. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes, and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. This. Li Muliang saw Wang Xian staring at his disciple and thought that he was holding a grudge. He opened his mouth to speak. However, he didn't know how to address him. He was addressing his aunt's godfather, grandfather, sir, or, Sir, my disciple is a law enforcer. Please forgive me if I have offended you. In the end, he could only address him as sir and said with a smile, Yesterday, Fang Muqing came to provoke me. When I killed him, why did you appear in an instant? Furthermore, when you flew towards me, why did you have such a strong killing intent and greed? Wang Xian did not respond to Li Muliang. Instead, he stared at Li Jinghong. The 2 girls were slightly shocked when they saw Wang Xian staring at Li Jinghong coldly and interrogating him. They also stared at him. Everyone in the surroundings had their eyes fixed on him. When he felt the gazes from the powerhouses of the eternal divine leaf and even the lady of the divine lord, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. No, I just happened to notice that Fang Muqing might become my junior brother on the divine leaf continent. I saw you kill him, so that's why I was angry and filled with killing intent. I've let you down, sir. I've offended you. I don't know. He lied. Li Jinghong said, but suddenly, a cold and dignified female voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Li Jinghong trembled, and fear appeared on his face. Li Muliang and the surrounding experts' expressions changed. You dare to lie? This time, I can't save you. Li Muliang's eyes turned cold. His grandmother said that she lied, so she must have lied. He didn't need to understand anything else. A black wooden sword appeared in his hand. No, no, master, don't kill me, don't kill me. Li Jinghong looked at the black wooden sword in his master's hand, and his face revealed a look of fear and despair. Li Muliang slowly shook his head. There were some mistakes that could not be made, especially when it involved his two aunts. Even if he was not lying, his grandmother was also lying when she said that he was lying. Whoosh! The black wooden sword moved in an instant and pierced into the space between Li Jinghong's eyebrows. His pupils were wide open, filled with regret and despair. The great future of his generation had come to an end. Upon seeing this scene, all the powerhouses who were surrounded by the eternal thunderbolts kept quiet. The words Lady of God were enough to sentence him to death, even if he was the disciple of Lord Palm Technique. Everyone looked at Wang Xian with shock in their eyes. Is it safe here? If it's safe, we will stay here for a period of time. Wang Xian saw that Li Jinghong was killed and turned to look at the two girls. Why don't we bring you to the Eternal Kingdom and show you around there? Then, we will tour the entire eastern region together. Huarkaier said to him, Let's talk somewhere else. At this moment, the woman interrupted them and said with a smile on her face. Wang Xian nodded his head. Madam God, please follow me. A god of 9 wisps of divine fire who was in charge of the energy tide said respectfully. Let's go, little girl. You guys are ignoring Mother when you see young Master Wang. Mother will be jealous. The woman said to Huarkaier with a smile on her face. Hee, how can that be? Mother is the most important to us. He's in the back row. Huar said mischievously. The group followed the old man and came to a luxurious mansion. This. My God, that Lord Duobao actually has such a background. It's simply heaven-defying. Did you guys hear that just now? Even the Palm Technique user called Lord Duobao Lord. What shocked me the most was the Divine Lord's wife's attitude. Such politeness and warmth. This is simply unimaginable. Below, when the surrounding people saw their figures leaving, they were all dumbstruck and shocked beyond words. What happened just now was simply unbelievable to them. The people that Lord Wang is looking for are actually 2 princesses. Li Mayan and the others mumbled in a daze. Chapter 2084. 2084 Demon Cave 2084. Madam God, please take a seat. I'll pour you some tea now. They arrived at a luxurious mansion. The person in charge of the energy tide, a white-haired old man, said with a smile. A group of enforcers and guardians of the eternal divine leaves were scattered around to protect them. Li Muliang and Li Muyuan, the 2 brothers whom Wang Xian met last time, also followed them in. Old Wang, follow us to the Eternal Kingdom. We will bring you there to have a good time. Huar said to him excitedly as soon as she sat down. I want to stay here for a period of time. Wang Xian stroked her head and said, Stay here for a period of time? What's fun here? Huar looked at him with a puzzled expression. I'm looking for some treasures, Wang Xian said with a smile. If not for the incident with Fang Muqing, Wang Xian might have stayed here for a year or so. The treasures he obtained during this 1 year should be able to increase his strength a little. Sir Wang has a powerful ability to search for treasures within the energy tide. In the short 8 to 9 days that Sir Wang has been here, the value of the treasures he has obtained is close to 10 divine artifacts. The white-haired old man who was in charge of the energy tide said from the side, 1 divine artifact a day? Is it that powerful? Kaier looked at him in astonishment. Li Muliang, Li Muyuan, and the rest were also slightly shocked. 1 divine artifact a day was a very terrifying thing even for them. Speaking of which, Lord Wang, please don't mind. We were planning to report your matter to the Divine Leaf Divine Master over the past 2 days. We didn't expect such a thing to happen today. The white-haired old man continued with a smile. It's nothing. Wang Xian shook his head at him. He looked at Huarkaier and hesitated for a moment. I heard that the current energy tide is the largest in the past 100,000 years. There are more treasures. I have a divine beast in my possession that can explore the treasures within the energy tide. I can gain a lot of things every day. I have also obtained a lot of divine artifacts. Wang Xian did not hide anything from them. Then how long do you have to stay here? It's very boring here. Huar pouted her lips slightly and said unhappily, If you have someone you can trust, I can give this divine beast to the people of Eternal Divine Leaf temporarily. When the time comes, give me a portion of the treasure. It was impossible for Wang Xian to stay in this energy tide forever. However, this energy tide would always exist. If he were to let the people from the Eternal Divine Leaf help him explore the treasure, the harvest here would be of great help to the Dragon Palace. The divine beast that is searching for the treasure? If you can trust us, young Master Wang, leave it to us. The woman sitting at the side said, With the two girls here, I naturally trust the Eternal Divine Leaf. As Wang Xian spoke, the treasure-seeking ant appeared in his palm. What a small divine beast. Huar looked over and reached out to touch it. Wang Xian placed the treasure-seeking ant in her palm and sent her a message. Little girl, feel it out. It will send you some messages. Wang Xian said to Huar, let me give it a try. That's amazing. It can actually explore the surrounding divine artifacts and all kinds of treasures. It's simply amazing. Very soon, Huar shouted in shock. There really is such a divine beast. When Li Muyuan and Li Muyang heard Huar's words, their faces revealed a surprised expression. Muyuan, find two trustworthy people and help young Master Wang explore the treasures here. The woman directly said to Li Muyuan, It's Grandma. Li Muyuan immediately nodded. Then leave this matter to them. Do we not have to stay here anymore? Huaer looked up at Wang Xian. Sure, I'll accompany you guys for a period of time. However, I can't stay here for too long. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Li Muyuan. I'll leave 30% of the treasures to you. Giving them 30% of the treasures was already a lot to them. Even if all the people on the Eternal Leaf God side were added together, it would still be difficult for them to obtain 30% of the treasures. After all, once they had the treasure-hunting mouse, they could basically monopolize the treasures here. All right. Thank you, Lord Wang. Li Muyuan's face lit up, and he immediately nodded his head in response. Then old Wang, follow us home. Huari said impatiently. All right. Wang Xian nodded. Their home was naturally the Eternal Divine Kingdom, the divine kingdom of the God of Leaves. Unlike the divine kingdom of the God of Wings of Light and the divine kingdom of the God of Mountains, this was a living divine kingdom. The eternal divine kingdom of the God of Wings of Light and the God of Mountains was considered to have fallen. Most of the treasures inside had completely disappeared after hundreds of thousands of years. Only a few treasures were revived along with the revival of the divine kingdom. After passing through the formation twice consecutively, Wang Xian followed them into the eternal divine kingdom. What a huge eternal divine kingdom! Looking at the area of tens of millions of kilometers around him, Wang Xian revealed a look of shock. The divine leaf divine kingdom is not that big. Only the area around the divine tree in the center is the scope of the divine kingdom. The woman explained to Wang Xian with a smile. I see. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. After the Dragon Palace was upgraded again, it wouldn't be as big as this. Let's go to the divine tree. Look, that's the pillar of our Father's divine kingdom. It's an eternal Lord-level divine tree. The two girls held his hand and flew towards the center of the divine tree. They pointed at the huge divine tree and said, It's really vast. Looks like I'll have to follow you two girls in the future. Wang Xian raised his head and looked over. He could sense the majestic energy of the gigantic divine tree of the void. It was indeed an existence that could suppress an entire region. The woman shook her head helplessly when she saw her two daughters leaving her behind. In the air, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were divine trees, divine herbs, divine vines, and divine flowers. It couldn't be said that they could be seen everywhere, but there were at least a few hundred of them. These were only divine items that could be seen with the naked eye. There might be even more places that couldn't be seen. This was the foundation of the Master of God. It was completely incomparable to the current dragon palace. Your Highness, when they flew above the divine trees, the two guards with 6 wisps of divine fire at the entrance immediately shouted respectfully. Hua Kair nodded and pulled him up. Girls, I just returned and didn't sense your curiosity. So it's young Master Wang. Welcome, young Master Wang. Just as they flew up into the sky, God Lord Shinya's figure suddenly appeared and said with a smile, Father, you're back. The two girls shouted with a smile. Shinai, how is it? Has the problem at the border with the western region been resolved? The woman came directly to the side of the divine Lord Shunyi and asked with concern. No, that demon cave is very strange. After I entered it, they sensed something and escaped immediately. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I'll get someone to prepare some food and have a meal with young Master Wang. Today, I'll thank young Master Wang properly. As the divine Lord Shunyi spoke, he invited Wang Xian. He was very polite to Wang Xian. If the rest of Eternal Divine Leaf knew about his attitude, they would be shocked again. Chapter 2085 2085 Recruitment of Experts from the Dragon Palace. Young Master Wang, come and have a taste of the divine tree tea leaves that I have personally cultivated. This tea leaves is the only one in the entire boundless galaxy. On the gigantic divine tree, Wang Xianhua and Kair were already sitting at a wooden table with the god of leaves and his wife. The surroundings did not seem luxurious, but it was filled with nature. Many of the items placed everywhere were divine artifacts. The woman poured a cup of tea for Wang Xian and said with a smile on her face, Thank you, Sister Yin. Wang Xian nodded at the woman. I don't have any other hobbies. I like drinking tea the most. Wang Xian could be considered Hua Kai Yar's godfather. In front of their parents, Godlord Shinai, and the rest asked him to address them as such. He didn't reject them, regardless of age or seniority. Oh right, old Wang, you like drinking tea the most. I will prepare a few caddies for you later. We will definitely serve you well when you come here. Hua immediately smiled and said when she heard Wang Xian's words. All right. Wang Xian smiled. The god of divine leaves twitched his mouth when he heard his daughter's words. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this divine tree tea. It could only be a few caddies in 1,000 years. He didn't even ask if his biological father would agree to it. Brother Wang, since you like drinking tea, please take some. However, as the god who suppressed the northern region, he could only force himself to agree with a smile on his face. Thank you, Brother Shinai. Wang Xian thanked him. Wang Xian chatted with them as they ate. Of course, the topic of conversation was about the two little girls. The god of Shinai and the rest were reminiscing about Huar's childhood. Wang Xian was also talking about how he met Huar back then. They were talking about how Huar peed on his neck, which caused Huar to be extremely displeased. Hence, she started to fight with Wang Xian. Oh right, Brother Shinai, I heard you talking about the demon cave just now. Is this demon cave the same as the one in the starfield back on Earth? After a few rounds, Wang Xian suddenly thought of the demon cave mentioned by Divine Lord Shinai. Now, there was a problem on his side. He could no longer sense the demonic dragon son of heaven. In the past, he could still sense it, but now, he couldn't sense it at all. It's the demon cave. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Divine Lord Shinai revealed a serious expression. The existence of the demon cave originated from the stronger starfields. Those powerful starfields are quite far away from us. Even I have never been there before. The starfield that your Earth was in was called the Milky Way starfield. Although it was not as powerful as the boundless starfield, it was still not weak. However, due to the appearance of the demon cave, the powerful starfields were reduced to ruins during the war. The Divine Leaf Master said slowly and took a sip of tea. How did the demon cave appear? Wang Xian asked with some doubt. The son of the devil dragon seemed to have a lot to do with the demon cave. However, he was indeed a human. It was summoned by some people through a special method. Some people wanted to obtain powerful powers and influence to summon such a terrifying thing. Half a year ago, a demon cave appeared at the border between us and the southern region. Although it was a small area, we had to be prepared. Now, this situation is not only happening here, but also in the other regions. The Divine Leaf Master continued, if we don't solve it in time, the boundless galaxy might turn into ruins just like the Milky Way galaxy back then. Is it that serious? Wang Xian was astonished. Brother Wang, you have been staying with us for the past few days. You can go to the library and take a look. There are details about the demon lair. God Lord Shinai nodded his head slowly and said to him, all right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Then, everyone changed the topic. For the next few days, Wang Xian and the two girls had been strolling around the Eternal Divine Kingdom. When he had nothing to do, he would come to the library of the Eternal Divine Leaves to check out some information. This was also one of the reasons why he came here to learn more about the boundless starfield. One of the reasons was related to the existence of the demon lair. The existence of the demon lair was due to someone making a deal with the demons to summon the demon lair and nurture the demons. The outbreak of the disaster was due to these demons losing control. Yaoxia was greedy and bloodthirsty. They could evolve quickly by devouring the strong ones. However, there was another benefit to Yaoxia. If one killed them and obtained the demon nucleus, their strength would increase. In the beginning, the appearance of the demon lair was only to increase one's strength. Later on, it turned into a disaster due to various reasons. The appearance of the demon lair in the boundless star field. Could it be the doing of the son of heaven devil dragon? Wang Xian revealed a puzzled expression. At that time, the demonic dragon son of heaven had entered the vast void and brought along a few ancient lands of darkness. Among them, there were a few ancient lands of darkness that Wang Xian and the rest had yet to deal with. There were 7 to 8 wisps of demonic fire in them. It's really possible that it's the work of the demonic dragon son of heaven. Looks like I'll have to wipe it out the next time I meet him. Wang Xian muttered to himself as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Apart from the incident regarding the devil lair, Wang Xian had also checked other information. However, the entire boundless galaxy was too big. It would take him decades to finish reading all these resources. In the next few days, there was something that surprised Wang Xian. Some of the direct descendants of the eternal leaf god came to visit and brought him a lot of treasures. There were not many descendants of the divine leaf god lord, but there were dozens of them. Each of them came to visit Wang Xian. The items they brought were at least comparable to a wisp of divine fire divine weapon. This made Wang Xian receive a lot of resources. 2 months passed slowly. The two girls and Wang Xian spent 2 months exploring the entire Divine Leaf Divine Kingdom and the surrounding areas. Next, let's go to other planets to play. The two girls said to Wang Xian excitedly. Haven't you guys had enough fun in the past 2 months? Wang Xian looked at the energetic look of the two girls and shook his head helplessly. No way. How could we have enough fun? We vow to explore all the life planets in the eastern region. Next time, bring your girls over. We will bring them out to see the world. The two little girls said with a smile. Wang Xian shook his head. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, he felt the communication device in the mother nest vibrating. Wang Xian took it out and was slightly stunned when he saw the message from Prime Minister Gue. During the period when he was away, he often contacted a group of girls. However, Prime Minister Gue rarely contacted him. Buzz. He waved his arm and Prime Minister Gue's figure appeared. Dragon King. Something has happened. Prime Minister Gue's figure appeared, and his slightly anxious voice sounded. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. What happened? He asked hurriedly. A powerful force has descended upon us. They want to recruit us into the Devil's Den battlefield. All the demigod powerhouses must participate. At the beginning, we ignored them and killed the troublemakers. Now, many powerhouses have come. There are 4 to 5 of them with 8 wisps of divine fire. Prime Minister Gue quickly reported. Chapter 2086 2086 Northern Region Alliance. Dragon King, the situation here might be a little troublesome. Should we call AOC over? In the video, Prime Minister Gue continued to report to Wang Xian. The sudden arrival of some gods caught Prime Minister Gue and the rest off guard. Especially at this time, the strange demon dragon guard and Aosia were not in the dragon palace. Facing 4 to 5 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire, they did not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, the dragon palace was here. The current dragon palace was able to withstand all attacks below the level of the Eternal Lord. Are they the experts from Eternal Thunderclap? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue with a serious expression. No, they seem to be a faction in the northern region. According to the information we received, it seems that a demon den appeared in the northern region. Some evil spirits came out, and some powerful factions formed an alliance. However, there are countless demigod-level evil spirits in the demon cave. Therefore, they went to some abandoned planets to recruit demigod-level subordinates as cannon fodder. This is the reason why there haven't been any gods coming to the planets for hundreds of thousands of years. There are godly experts coming. Prime Minister Gue continued speaking to him. A demon cave has appeared, recruiting demigod-level cannon fodder? Wang Xian had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Recently, he had been searching for information about the demon cave. However, he did not expect that something had happened on Earth due to the appearance of the demon cave. How's our understanding of the northern region going recently? What's the situation with this northern region alliance? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue. Dragon King, I have some understanding. The Northern Region Alliance was just established. In order to resist the Demon Cave, it is said that the demons in the Demon Cave have destroyed many planets. Prime Minister Gue's face was solemn. I will go back now. Wang Xian heard his report and did not hesitate. It's Dragon King. After the call ended, Wang Xian frowned slightly and looked at the 2 girls beside him. Are you going back? The 2 girls saw their conversation earlier and asked unhappily. There's no other way. I have to go back and settle this. Wang Xian nodded his head. Do you want us to ask Father to send some experts back with you? Kyer said. No need. However, I need some resources. Girls, tell your father that the resources will be offset by the treasures from the energy tide. Wang Xian said to them immediately. No need. I will inform our father immediately. The 2 little girls knew that the Dragon Palace had encountered some trouble and immediately flew towards their father's location. Brother Wang, you have encountered some trouble. Do you need any help? Soon, Divine Master Shinai appeared in front of Wang Xian and asked him, Brother Shinai, I will not trouble you with other resources. I want to return immediately. Wang Xian nodded at him gratefully and said, I'll send you back. Give me the coordinates and I'll build a passageway for you. The Divine Master Shinai said immediately, Build a passageway? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. If it's convenient, it'll be troublesome. If he were to fly back, it would take at least 5 to 6 days. 5 to 6 days might cause a lot of accidents. Wang Xian took out the starry sky map and told him the location on Earth. You guys are in the northern region? You have to be careful of eternal thunderbolts in the future. The distance is a little far, so it might take some time. About an hour. When the Divine Master of Shinai saw the location that Wang Xian was pointing at, a hint of surprise appeared on his face as he said to him, I'll have to trouble Brother Shinai then. Wang Xian nodded his head. Master Shinai immediately went to prepare. The 2 girls handed him an interspatial ring. Wang Xian took a look at the various herbs and elixirs in the interspatial ring. It was more than enough for him to level up. I'll give these god-beating branches to you guys. There's no use for me to keep them. As Wang Xian spoke, he took out the god-beating branches that the 2 girls had held when they were babies and returned them to them. This god-slaying twigs had been on the ancestral tree for a long time and had yet to bear fruit. Its level was also a few levels lower than the soul-returning wood. He might as well give it to the 2 girls and let them nurture it. All right. It was not the first time the 2 girls had seen the god-slaying twigs. They reached out and took it. Brother Wang, the temporary void passageway has been constructed. An hour passed by quickly. Godlord Shinai walked over and said to Wang Xian, Thank you, Brother Shinai. I have to go over now. Wang Xian looked at the 2-meter-wide passageway that was like a black hole and thanked him. We are a family. Welcome to the eternal divine leaf next time. Godlord Shinai said with a smile. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and entered the black hole directly. He felt his vision turning black as he flew at a terrifying speed. This Brother Wang is only in his 30s. I can't imagine how he managed to reach this stage. Seeing Wang Xian disappear, the Divine Lord of Shinai sighed. Wang Xian's age had once shocked the Divine Lord of Shinai. Old Wang is really powerful. He might even be more powerful than Father in the future. Huar raised her head slightly and said confidently. They knew some secrets of the Dragon Palace. They believed that Wang Xian would be able to catch up with their father soon. Hee. It's not that easy to step into the realm of the eternal God Lord. The Divine Leaf God Lord said unwillingly when he saw that he was inferior to a young man in his daughter's heart. Oh. But at this moment, when his gaze fell on the God-striking twig in Hua Er's hand, his expression changed. This is. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he pointed at the God-striking twig in Hua Er's hand. This is the God-striking twig. Wasn't this given to us by Father in the past? It was also because of this that we were resurrected. But at that time, it seemed to have already withered. Now, it has been revived by Old Wang. Old Wang said that this thing is very powerful. Its level is too low now. Huar said casually. Resurrected? He actually resurrected this thing? How is this possible? When I gave it to you back then, it had actually already withered. Father was able to reach the eternal realm largely because of this withered branch back then. Because of its withering, along with some other reasons, I was called the God Lord of Withered Wood. A fiery expression appeared on God Lord Xinye's face. He knew the value of this branch. When it had withered back then, it had allowed him to become an eternal God Lord. But now, hitting the God branch doesn't just hit the divine realm. It also hits the eternal God Lord and the higher realms above. His expression changed. Father, is this useful to you? If it's useful, I'll give it to you. In the future, we'll ask Old Wang for a better one. Huar casually gave the God-striking branch to their father. The Divine Leaf Divine Lord immediately took the God-striking branch, his arm trembling as he caressed it. He did not think carefully about Huar's words. And Huar Kaier did not take the God-striking branch seriously either. After all, they knew that in the Dragon Palace, this branch's level was the lowest, and other branches could bear fruit. Chapter 2087. 2087, even though 2087 was far away, he would definitely kill them. Buzz. At this moment, a black hole slowly appeared in the sky above Earth. In the black hole, Wang Xian's figure appeared. The structure of the black hole took an hour to teleport me directly to the sky above Earth. It seems that the Divine Leaf Master's strength is stronger than I imagined. He is definitely not at the first level of the Eternal Divine Master. He should be even higher. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked in the direction of Earth. He could sense that there were waves of powerful auras on Earth. I have to increase my strength first. As Wang Xian spoke, he immediately took out one divine pill grass after another and swallowed them. I really didn't expect that there would be such a force in this poor and barren region. In the sky 100,000 meters above the ocean, more than 20 figures were floating. Their gazes swept across the entire Earth, and greed appeared in their eyes. This should be a planet from another place. More than a dozen divine kingdoms are spread around. TSK. If these divine kingdoms are properly modified, they can be used as a new divine kingdom. They actually let a group of weaklings cultivate here. What a waste. A young man swept his gaze around, his face burning with fervor. Divine Son, I suggest destroying the forces of this planet and enslaving the people of the entire planet. There are at least several thousand demigod experts on the entire planet. Although there aren't many, they can be considered not bad. An elder at the side looked at the young man and spoke in a sinister tone. That palace in the ocean is a bit strange. Even if we join forces, We can't break through it. It's fine. Zhao Yuan has already gone to the Divine Dynasty to get the array formation. As long as the array formation arrives, they will die if they don't submit. A few elders in the center were chatting. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Although the appearance of the Devil Den is dangerous, it might not be an opportunity. The young man said indifferently, his eyes flashing with intense desire. The appearance of the Devil Den had directly occupied several planets, causing the experts of more than 100 planets in the northern region to feel uneasy. However, after half a year, Eternal Thunderclap only protected their planet and completely ignored the Devil's Den in the outside world. This caused the other factions in the northern region to unite. Now, in order to fight against the countless demonic beasts, some factions headed to the abandoned planet in search of cannon fodder. The so-called abandoned planet was a planet that did not have enough resources to give birth to gods. However, what surprised the Central Sky Dynasty was that the gods they sent out had actually fallen. Following that, the experts of the Central Sky Dynasty arrived and discovered the existence of Earth. More than a dozen divine kingdoms stood erect, and powerful palaces were situated in the ocean. Everything on Earth filled them with shock. This was a treasure trove. Since that bunch of fellows are hiding inside and won't come out, then we'll find a place to rest first. When Zhao Yuan arrives, we'll take over this planet. The divine son of the Divine Dynasty said with a smile on his face. His body moved, and he flew directly toward the land. The gods immediately followed behind him and flew toward the land. However, at this moment, the entire Earth was shocked by what had just happened. More than 20 terrifying experts continuously attacked the Dragon Palace and shouted in the sky. A demon monkey from the Dragon Palace came out to fight, but he was injured. What faction are those 20 gods from? Why didn't the Dragon King and the others kill them? With the Dragon Palace's strength, it should be enough to kill them, but they can't be arrogant. Yeah, what about that Dragon Palace expert who could even suppress the Eternal Godlord? Why didn't they take action? In reality and on the internet, countless people were discussing. Although the more than 20 gods that suddenly appeared were very strong, in their opinion, they should be much weaker than the Guangi Godlord and the hundreds of gods that surrounded them. Maybe the Dragon King and the experts of the Dragon Palace aren't here. Some people guessed. This planet is very interesting. In a coastal city, more than 20 experts of the Tianyang Divine Dynasty were floating in the sky. The divine son of the Divine Dynasty looked down and landed directly on the ground. It's that group of people. In the city, some people noticed that more than 20 people who had attacked the Dragon Palace were flying toward them, and their expressions changed instantly. Not good, what are they going to do? Looking at them, everyone looked nervous. Buzz. The divine son of Dynasty landed on the ground and looked around. Some people on Earth saw them and immediately hid away cautiously. Catch some pretty girls and let's relax. We'll wait for Zhao Yuan. The divine son of Dynasty glanced around with his dark eyes and said to a middle-aged man beside him, Kiki, good divine son, leave it to me. The middle-aged man disappeared instantly. What are you going to do? I'm warning you. Don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, the experts of the Dragon Palace won't let you go. Damn it, what are you going to do? Soon, screams and angry voices came from the surroundings. What an annoying bunch of ants. Boom. A slightly displeased voice sounded, and the area dozens of kilometers in front of them was instantly flattened. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the city changed dramatically. Not good, Prime Minister Gue. Those 20-some experts went to Moon City and killed a lot of people. At the position of the Dragon Palace, a picture was transmitted to the Dragon King's palace in the Dragon Palace. More than 20 gods clearly appeared in the picture. The brutal middle-aged man casually raised the area dozens of kilometers in front of them to the ground, killing many people. They could see it clearly. Vaughn's strength is not enough to fight them at the moment. Let's wait for the Dragon King to arrive. Prime Minister Gue frowned slightly. I don't know how long it will take for Shaoxian to arrive. Damn it, when Shaoxian arrives, we will destroy them. The girls looked at this scene with some anger. The Dragon King is in the eastern region and is very far away from us. It will take at least 7 or 8 days for him to arrive. Prime Minister Gue said as he looked at the scene in front of him. I hope they don't kill people wantonly. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the people of Earth. The group of girls looked at the scene in the picture angrily. 20 to 30 pretty girls were caught, and their faces were filled with shame and anger. Let us go. Otherwise, the Dragon King won't let you go. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace will kill you. A girl stared at the people of the Tianyang Divine Dynasty in horror and shouted loudly. TSK, your temper is really fierce. In the future, your entire planet will be an affiliated planet of our Tianyang Divine Dynasty. All of you will be our slaves. What Dragon King? Dragon Palace? The people in the palace in the ocean are still hiding inside and don't dare to come out. Don't worry, they will soon either submit or die. The Son of God Chao moved his palm and grabbed the girl's neck with a mocking smile. Chapter 2088. 2088 would definitely kill them. Fear, anger, and humiliation. In the center of the coastal city, Moon City, a group of girls looked at the gods of the Tianyang dynasty with pale faces. Is this Tianyang dynasty in existence that the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King can't afford to provoke? The girls were panicking. Dozens of kilometers away, they looked over with anger on their faces. God Dynasty, what kind of existence can be called God Dynasty? This Tianyang God Dynasty should be very powerful. Otherwise, with the strength of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to kill them, right? Hearing their words, the people around them looked very embarrassed. More than 20 gods suddenly attacked the group of girls. They could imagine the tragic fate of those girls. Damn it! Roar! 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 At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. A 7-colored light suddenly appeared in the void above. An enormous figure was faintly shining in the void. Huh! The gods of the Divine Dynasty were slightly stunned. They looked at the sky and frowned slightly. What happened? What happened? The Divine Son of the Divine Dynasty raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. Dragon King. It's the Dragon King. I didn't expect the Dragon King to arrive so quickly. Little Xian is here. At this moment, when the dragon's roar and majestic aura sounded, Prime Minister Gue and the rest of the group of girls' surprised voices came from the Dragon Palace. Come, let's go. Prime Minister Gue immediately ordered the group of experts from the Dragon Palace. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, 3 Wisps of Divine Fire, LRB 5th Transformation of Divine Evdragona Transformation Shin. Divine Crystal, 115. 4,000,000/10 billion. Supernatural Ability. Rule the Water Tribe below their level. Devour living beings to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation Method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural Ability. Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace Owned, Level 6. Dragon Palace Members, 32,633. In the void, Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at his own attributes in his mind. A smile appeared on his face. His strength had improved once again. With the cultivation of 3 wisps of divine fire, he was comparable to a god with 9 wisps of divine fire. 9 wisps of divine fire were considered top-notch existences in the entire boundless star field. The resources required for the next improvement are increasing. However, I should settle the matter in front of me first. Wang Xian looked down and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The 7-colored light around him slowly disappeared. He turned into a human and stared at the more than 20 gods below with a cold gaze. When the 7-colored light disappeared, The more than 20 gods of the Tianyang divine dynasty met Wang Xian's eyes. Who is this person? The son of God of the divine dynasty stared at Wang Xian with a puzzled expression. Is he a passing god or someone from this planet? An old man shouted faintly. His voice reverberated across the entire sky and clearly entered Wang Xian's mind. How dare you invade our Earth? Are you prepared to die? Wang Xian ignored the old man's words and slowly flew towards the ground. His gaze was locked onto them and was filled with killing intent. It's the Dragon King. It's the Dragon King. When the group of captured girls saw Wang Xian appearing, their faces revealed a look of hope as they shouted excitedly. The Dragon King is here. I knew it. It must be the absence of the experts from the Dragon Palace that caused this group of people to be so arrogant. Since the Dragon King is here, I'm sure that those people are dead for sure. Of course, since the Dragon King is here, they must die. Kill their group of intruders. When the people who were paying attention to this side saw the appearance of Wang Xian, they were all excited. Dragon King? The people from the palace? When the gods of the Tianyang dynasty saw Wang Xian flying toward them, they raised their eyebrows slightly. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, roars were heard from the sea. 9 green dragons flew toward them in a row, emitting endless dragon might. A group of berserk devil monkeys, archers with bows on their backs, powerful creatures with spears and thunder hammers in their hands. Their bodies were emitting a violent aura as they flew in this direction. Oh, it's the members of the Dragon Palace? It should be. There are actually so many godly state experts. Seeing the group of gods and experts flying over from the palace, the people from the divine central dynasty were slightly stunned, their faces revealing shock. There were at least 70 to 80 gods in this group. With so many gods, there were more than twice as many as the gods from their central god dynasty. Damn it, how can they have so many gods? The face of the son of God from the central god dynasty changed slightly. His face was filled with shock. The faces of the other gods also changed slightly. Don't worry. Basically, they are all gods below 6 wisps of divine fire. To us, they are not worth mentioning. An old man's eyes flashed with a demonic luster as he spoke with a calm expression. That's right. They are all a bunch of weak gods. They are not afraid at all. Another god with 8 wisps of divine fire spoke with a calm expression. Dragon King. The 9 green dragons and the members of the Dragon Palace came behind Wang Xian and shouted in a low voice. Let them go. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. He looked down at the more than 20 gods below and said coldly, Let them go. Ha ha ha. What right do you have to make me let them go? They are just ants. So what if I kill them? The middle-aged god who was holding the group of girls revealed a grim expression. All of a sudden, he waved his arm and a terrifying force landed on the group of girls. Even though Wang Xian's strength had increased, he didn't have the time to stop them even though they were only a dozen meters away. Ah! Screams of pain rang out as more than 30 girls were killed instantly. They couldn't put up any resistance at all. Damn it! When Wang Xian saw this scene, a terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes. I really didn't expect such a small planet to have such gods and treasures. This is even better. The more gods there are, the greater our profits will be. Kiki. A god with 8 wisps of divine fire said with a smile on his face. I want to destroy all of you and your entire force. A brutal aura came from Wang Xian's body. His face was filled with frost. In the sky, the Divine Kingdom's Dragon Palace appeared in an instant. Waves of majestic strength were added to his body. You dare to come to Earth to stir up trouble and kill people. Today, I will make all of you suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Xian let out a low growl, and the 5 elements millstone immediately appeared in front of him. Buzz. In the Dragon Palace, a vast amount of energy landed on the 5 elements millstone. The terrifying energy caused the 5 elements millstone to tremble slightly. Roar. Roar, roar. The 5 divine dragons sensed Wang Xian's anger and let out an angry roar. The huge 5 elements millstone started to spin and emitted an aura of annihilation. Suppress? Wang Xian waved his arm, and the huge millstone of 5 elements suppressed them. What kind of divine weapon is this? The gods of the Tianyang dynasty felt the power coming from the sky. At this moment, their expressions change. HMPH, you only have 2 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire at most. Do you want to fight against us? An old man with 8 wisps of divine fire had a sinister expression on his face. When Wang Xian appeared earlier, they could feel the might of Wang Xian. At most, there were 8 wisps of divine fire. Although the might that erupted now shocked them, they were still not afraid. They had 5 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire. They did not know how terrifying Wang Xian was when he used his full strength to summon the divine kingdom. Chapter 2089. 2089 invaders would be killed even if they were far away. Roar, roar, roar. The 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements millstone raised their heads and roared. Gray chains flew out of their bodies. At the same time, a gray aura that was like the sky directly descended from above. Attack. The expressions of the experts from the Tianyang divine dynasty changed slightly. They directly attacked the 5 elements millstone above them. In an instant, boundless energy shot into the sky, and the destructive energy caused the entire moon city to seem to be in a terrifying state. Divine Wind Soul. The 5 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire shouted at the same time, and gusts of wind formed a human face, tearing towards the sky. Wong 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 wong. The destructive power of the 5 elements landed on the wind-shaped human faces, and the human faces slowly split apart. The destructive power of the 5 elements continued to cover the area below. Walala. Following that, chains attacked them one after another. What? The expressions of the people from the Divine Union changed slightly, and a hint of shock appeared in their eyes. Impossible. How can the combined attack of the 5 of us be defeated? An old man with 8 wisps of divine fire roared with a face full of shock. Activate the divine kingdom. An old man immediately roared loudly, and a green valley appeared in the sky. Wind Source Divine Kingdom. The expressions of the more than 20 gods from the Tianyang divine dynasty changed, and they immediately activated their massive divine kingdoms. When the divine kingdoms appeared, they immediately blocked the grayish destructive power. Walala. However, what happened next shocked them. Countless chains wrapped around the divine kingdoms. The terrifying chains seemed to be endless as they wrapped around all the divine kingdoms. Walala. Following that, the chains were like thorns as they completely bound the entire divine kingdom. How is this possible? The gods from the Tianyang divine dynasty looked at the divine kingdoms that were completely bound. Their faces were filled with fear. They raised their heads and looked at the 20 divine kingdoms that were thousands of kilometers in the sky. A hint of panic appeared on their faces. All of their divine kingdoms were actually restrained. His strength was definitely the existence of 9 wisps of divine fire. At the thought of this, everyone was shocked. Buzz. At this moment, they saw a figure appearing below their imprisoned divine kingdoms. Wang Xian's gaze was fixed on the figure below. A cold expression appeared in his eyes. Looking at that pair of cold eyes, their faces stiffened. Buzz. Wang Xian took a light step forward, and the yin and yang dual polarity diagram appeared under his feet. The 2 poles rotated and headed towards them. Damn it, run. We are not their match. A god with 8 wisps of divine fire shouted in fear. Son of deity, run. An elder grabbed the son of deity from the dynasty and wanted to escape into the void. Buzz. However, at this moment, the yin and yang patterns landed on their heads in an instant, completely enveloping them. Oh no, break this thing. An old man with 8 wisps of divine fire hurriedly shouted. Boom. Without needing him to say anything, the attacks landed on the yin and yang patterns. However, their attacks did not leave any marks on them. Wang Xian clawed with his arm. The pattern of the yin and yang poles was like a cloth bag, trapping everyone inside. Boom. The next moment, A terrifying flame ignited in the cloth bag of the yin and yang poles. Ah! Screams of pain rang out instantly. The faces of the more than 20 people from the Tianyang divine dynasty who were trapped revealed pain screams. Let us go immediately. Let us go. Otherwise, our Tianyang divine dynasty will not let you go. The divine sons of the divine dynasty revealed a pained expression as they shouted sternly. Splash! In the next moment, the flames passed and were replaced by a swamp-like sea water. The sea water was like needles as it drilled into their bodies. Gulp! Gulp! They were completely unable to speak in the sea water. Their faces were filled with fear. Well done. Kill them and torture them to death. Damn this fellow. He actually killed so many of us. Kill them all. Everyone in the surroundings looked excited when they saw the fate of the 20 over people. Splash! After a full 10 minutes, the seawater disappeared. Whoosh! 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 However, everything was not over yet. Thorns pierced through their bodies, their flesh and blood, and tied them up completely. Buzz! Wang Xian waved his arm and ignored their screams. He brought them into the Dragon Palace. What is he doing? What is he doing? The son of deity from the dynasty, who was covered in blood, looked at Wang Xian in horror. His body was trembling nonstop. We're doomed. We're doomed. I didn't expect them to have 9 wisps of divine fire. We're in trouble now. The other 5 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire were filled with panic. The threat of death lingered in their minds. Splash! After entering the ocean, the Dragon Palace was situated in the ocean as well. He brought the people from the divine dynasty of Tianyang directly into the Dragon Palace. Little Xian, Dragon King. A group of girls and members of the Dragon Palace came over and shouted immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded at them. He came to the Dragon King's palace and sat on the dragon throne. With a wave of his arm, more than 20 people fell in front of the Dragon King's palace. Let us go. As long as you are willing to let us go. The son of deity of Shun Chao was trembling slightly. He stared at Wang Xian, who was on the dragon throne, and shouted in fear. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes froze for a moment. Wang Xian waved his arm. Boom! A terrifying force landed on his body. Shin Chao's body was instantly killed. You actually dared to kill the son of deity of our Shan Chao. Are you trying to make an enemy out of our Tianyang Shin Chao? An old man with 8 wisps of divine fire had a drastic change of expression when he saw this scene. He shouted in a threatening manner. What a load of crap. Ao Qitian raised the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand and smashed it directly on the head of the old man. Bang! The terrifying power caused him to lose all his vitality in an instant. No, no, no. The faces of the other 20 or so gods were filled with despair when they saw the Son of God and a lord with 8 wisps of divine fire being killed. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian once again used the soul-absorbing ability on a god with 8 wisps of divine fire. After absorbing 2 souls, it was enough to get the information he wanted. Kill them all. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue and the rest indifferently. It's the Dragon King. You can't kill us. If you kill us, our Tianyang Empire will seek revenge on you. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, mournful voices rang out one after another. He sat on the dragon throne and digested the memories of the 2 of them. He ignored their screams. Soon, the screams came to an abrupt end, leaving behind corpses whose eyes were filled with regret. Phew! Half an hour later, Wang Xian opened his eyes with a slightly pale face. Digesting the memories of the 2 of them had exhausted him greatly. Chapter 2090. 2090 above the 2090 God-destroying dynasty. Dragon King, we know a little about the Tianyang divine dynasty. They are a powerful force in the northern region. Other than Eternal Thunderclap, they should be able to rank in the top 5 and occupy 4 planets. Prime Minister Gue immediately reported when he saw Wang Xian opening his eyes. Yes, I have already understood from their memories. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. After absorbing the memories of the Son of God of the Divine Dynasty and the 8 wisps of divine fire, Wang Xian had a basic understanding of the situation in the northern region. The Tianyang Divine Dynasty was a powerful divine dynasty with 4 life planets. The current emperor of the Divine Dynasty had the strength of 9 wisps of divine fire. At the same time, the emperor of the Divine Dynasty was also the only god of the Tianyang Divine Dynasty with 9 wisps of divine fire. Since they want to enslave us, we naturally can't let them off so easily. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He swept his gaze across the corpses on the ground. With a wave of his arm, some of the corpses in his mother nest were thrown out as well. There were 6 corpses of gods, 2 of which had 7 wisps of divine fire, and 1 of which had 8 wisps of divine fire. Together with the corpses of the celestials from the Tianyang Celestial Dynasty, Wang Xian was able to nurture 3 to 4 members of the Dragon Palace whose combat strength was comparable to 8 wisps of divine fire. Choose 4 members from the Berserk Dragon and Starwood Dragon species and upgrade them to their full strength. In addition, give the Thunder attribute divinity to the Heavenly Eye Arrow division and let Mao Zixin and the rest transform into the Arrow Dragon species. Wang Xian ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace replied loudly. Aochi immediately led 3 experts to increase their strength. This is the information regarding the Devil Den and the Divine Dynasty. With a thought, Wang Xian passed the information to Prime Minister Gue. After Prime Minister Gue received the information, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. The appearance of the Devil Den may be far away from us, but the Devil Den is also an opportunity for the Dragon Palace. Besides, Dragon King, we can't stay in this remote place where resources are scarce. Prime Minister Gue pondered for a while and said, the best-case scenario is that we can join the alliance of the forces in the northern region. Only then can our Dragon Palace truly enter the boundless galaxy. Prime Minister Gue continued to add, that's right. If we want to establish ourselves in the boundless galaxy, we can't stay in this remote area. The Demon Cave is a good battlefield for our Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. If we want to truly step into the boundless galaxy and step into the eyes of the various forces, we must obtain their approval. Only after obtaining their approval would they be able to conduct exchanges and transactions with them. The Firehammer clan of the Dragon Palace were all extremely powerful blacksmiths. Although it was a little difficult to forge divine weapons at the moment, a weapon at the level of a demigod was still a huge fortune. Get ready. After Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, and the rest have improved their strength, we will go and destroy the Tianyang Divine Dynasty. A strong battle intent shot out from Wang Xian's eyes as he stood up slowly. He was very clear about the strength of the Tianyang Divine Dynasty. Among the 9 divine flames, there were 6 emperors and 8 divine flames. Currently, 5 of them had been killed by him. In total, there were more than 30 gods in the entire Divine Dynasty. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately nodded. After destroying the Tianyang Divine Dynasty, the Dragon Palace would step onto the stage of the northern region. Little Xian, if you want to destroy the Tianyang Divine Dynasty, I'll take over the continent of that planet. Feng Luan, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. Yes, we can't be idle every day. Little Xian, you manage the affairs of the Dragon Palace. We and Sister Feng Luan will establish a divine dynasty that belongs to us. The group of girls said to Wang Xian, we will be in charge of the dynasty in the future. Let's see who can improve faster. Lan Qingwei glanced at Guan Shuqing and the rest with confidence. Finally, she landed her gaze on Wang Xian. Oh, that's good too. Take care of your own safety in the future. Wang Xian said with a smile when he saw that they were filled with fighting spirit. Sister Qingyue's inheritance is not much worse than your dragon palaces. Let's wait and see. Feng Luan smiled. Lan Qingyue's Kuan-rearing master's inheritance, Feng Luan's and Guan Shuqing's divine phoenix dragon bloodline. Ling Jian Er's heartless sword path combined with the divine dragon bloodline. Sun Lingxiu's body of light origin combined with the divine dragon bloodline. Fan Qinglan's bone dragon physique was most likely Zhang Fengying's physique. Even so, She possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. Their abilities and talents were not something that the people in the boundless star field could compare to. A physique and bloodline of their level would only appear in higher star fields. Roar, roar. A day later, an excited roar came from the dragon pool. Ao Chao Xingmu flew out from the dragon pool with 2 berserk dragon species. Dragon King. They came to the Dragon King's hall and bowed to Wang Xian, who was reading a book on the dragon throne. Very good. Wang Xian glanced at them and smiled. Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, Ao Qitian, and the 2 berserk dragon species were a total of 5 members. All of them had lit up 5 wisps of divine fire. Their strength was sufficient to fight against or even kill the god of 8 wisps of divine fire. Prime Minister Gue, get everyone ready. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was beside him. It's the Dragon King. We are ready. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head heavily. Let's go. Wang Xian moved his body and the 9 green dragons followed behind him. Soon, they arrived at the location of the teleportation formation. Buzz. The 9 green dragons transformed into human form and disappeared into the formation with Wang Xian. When they reappeared in the City of Freedom, Wang Xian immediately teleported towards Tianyang Planet based on the memories he obtained. Tianyang Planet was the main planet of the Tianyang dynasty. The entire planet was 200 to 300 times the size of Earth. Tianyang Planet was considered to be one of the top planets in the entire northern region. Under the suppression of the dynasty, the emperor of the dynasty ruled the world. As one of the more powerful planets in the northern region, there were quite a number of people who came and went. The teleportation formation of the Tianyang Celestial Dynasty was located at the top of a mountain peak. There was a platform with a radius of 10 kilometers on the entire mountain peak. Tens of thousands of people were entering and leaving the area. Buzz. On the platform of the mountain peak, the figures of Wang Xian and the rest appeared slowly. We will be teleported to the free planet first. Then, we will make a transit through the free planet and fly to the edge of the northern region. With these formations, we will be able to break through those formations. At that time, that planet will belong to us. Lord Zhao, after you guys go there this time, if you guys succeed, the Emperor will be overjoyed and will definitely reward you handsomely. Wang Xian had just arrived at the teleportation formation on the peak of Tianyang Planet through the formation when he heard voices coming from the surroundings. Huh. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked to the side. A middle-aged man had an excited look on his face as he led the 4 gods to step into the teleportation formation at the side and prepared to teleport. They didn't know that Earth had a formation that led to the free planet, so they could only fly over. Everyone, there's no need to go over. Wang Xian looked at them and said faintly. Chapter 2091. 2091 in the God-Destroying Dynasty 2091. Everyone, there's no need to go over. The abrupt voice entered the ears of the middle-aged man and the other 4 godly state experts, causing them to be slightly stunned. The middle-aged man was Zhao Yuan, who had come to retrieve the formation. When he heard Wang Xian's words, he revealed a stunned expression. He narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately looked at Wang Xian. At this moment, Wang Xian's appearance was slightly different from before. The biggest change was that he had a pair of dragon horns on his head. The 7-colored dragon horns made his young face look majestic. The 7-colored dragon robe added a hint of majesty. This image was mainly because Wang Xian wanted to avoid some trouble. During the energy tide, he killed 3 powerhouses from Eternal Shocking Thunder. Many people from Eternal Shocking Thunder saw his face. He was now in the northern region. News of the rise of the Dragon Palace would definitely be passed to Eternal Shocking Thunder. Therefore, in order to prevent his identity from being recognized, he revealed his dragon horn. With his dragon horn, he looked more special than before. He had the temperament of a divine dragon. What a handsome stroke. Who are you guys? He had a cold expression. The aura on his body slowly condensed as he stared at Wang Xian and the rest coldly. This was an important official of the Tianyang Divine Empire. On Tianyang planet, he was unafraid of anyone. Where did this kid come from? The other four godly state experts looked at Wang Xian with cold eyes. Buzz. However, the next moment, their faces were filled with fear and cold sweat. A huge claw suddenly attacked them. The colorful claw looked very beautiful, but it contained a terrifying energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Wang Xian made his move, the defensive formation at the top of the mountain let out a warning sound. Who dares to cause trouble in our Tianyang dynasty? A furious voice came from the stone houses around the teleportation formation. Following that, an army of more than 10,000 people immediately flew over. There must be strong people guarding around the teleportation formation on every planet to prevent anyone from attacking. Roar, you're courting death. Zhao Yuan revealed an angry expression when he saw Wang Xian's dragon claw attacking him. He was wearing a golden glove in his hand as he attacked the dragon claw directly. Crack, crack. In just an instant, the golden fist radiance was easily blocked. The dragon claw grabbed onto their bodies easily. Buzz. In an instant, the wailing of heaven and earth sounded. Everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers could sense that a god had fallen here. General Zhao. Surround them and kill them all. Shut down the teleportation formation. When a god of 6 wisps of divine fire who was guarding the area saw that Zhao Yuan was killed, his expression changed drastically. He stared at Wang Xian warily and shouted at the soldiers around him. Not good. Someone dares to cause trouble in the Tianyang Divine Empire. They've killed someone. Those few people actually dared to cause trouble in the Tianyang Divine Empire. The expressions of the people around the teleportation formation changed slightly. They quickly hid into the distance. Are those 10 people courting death? They actually dared to provoke the Tianyang Celestial Empire. Some of them swept their gaze across Wang Xian and the rest. Their faces were filled with shock. Roar, roar, roar. However, at the next moment, terrifying dragon roars rang out on the continent of the Tianyang Celestial Empire. The 9 divine wind dragons moved and immediately transformed into their divine dragon form. Their gigantic bodies, which were about 8,000 meters long, swayed in the void. A terrifying pressure immediately rushed towards the surroundings. The 3 wind dragons had enormous dragon wings. Wind dragons were the only divine dragons among the divine dragons that had wings. They were also the fastest divine dragons. The 9 wind dragons had already ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. The divine dragon's bloodline and system allowed it to contend against 5 wisps of divine fire. The 9 wind dragons' enormous pressure swept towards the surroundings. Behind the 9 wind divine dragons, a dragon throne slowly appeared. Buzz. Wang Xian's body moved and flew directly to the dragon throne. From afar, 9 terrifying creatures were pulling a dragon throne. A young man with 7 colored horns was sitting on it, exuding endless majesty. Kingdom of God, the dragon palace has descended. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne. His body trembled and the dragon palace slowly appeared behind him. At this moment, there were 20,000 warriors from the dragon palace gathered at the east gate of the dragon palace. After the dragon palace had taken over 6 planets, the number of members had increased to more than 36,000. Even without the strange demon and the dragon guards, there were still more than 20,000 warriors. Even if they were new members, they had the cultivation base of an 8th or 9th level demigod. After all, Wang Xian had left half of the resources behind to increase the strength of the members who had just joined. More than 20,000 members held weapons in their hands. Each and every one of them exuded a strong fighting spirit. At the forefront, 60 members of the Dragon Palace who were at the godly state stood at the forefront. 60 members. This was also the reason why Wang Xian deliberately hid the strength of the Dragon Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sharp blades rang out. The ocean below the Dragon Palace churned. The Dragon Palace, which was more than 1,000 kilometers long, exuded a sacred majesty. The guards around the teleportation array were completely stunned when they saw this scene. They watched this scene in shock, their mouths slightly agape. You, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, this is our Tianyang divine dynasty. Are you trying to make an enemy out of our Tianyang divine dynasty? The 6 wisps of divine fire guard swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear, his expression changing as he shouted. A day ago, the divine sons of your Tianyang divine dynasty, 8 wisps of divine fire gods, and a group of gods headed to the land of the Dragon Palace. They killed over 10,000 people. Today, the Dragon Palace is here to destroy the divine dynasty. Wang Xian stared at the area below and shouted with a cold expression, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." As soon as he finished his sentence, arrows were shot towards the area below. 2 of the arrows spun with wind and thunder, containing a terrifying pressure. Damn it, they dare to attack our Tianyang dynasty. When the guardian of the 6 wisps of divine fire saw the densely packed arrows in the sky, his expression changed drastically. Block them. He immediately roared. Among the tens of thousands of soldiers behind him, there were archers and cultivators holding magic staffs. They brandished their weapons to meet the dense arrows. The guardian of the 6 wisps of divine fire and the 5 other gods beside him immediately unleashed powerful defenses. Crackle. The instant they attacked, Ao Qi, who held a giant hammer in one hand and a spear in the other, raised both his hands in the sky. The giant hammer struck the spear heavily, and a blood-red bolt of lightning struck the 6 gods below. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the defense in front of them collapsed, and the power of lightning fell on their bodies. The guardian of the 6 wisps of divine fire froze, and he stared at the sky in horror. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of arrows shot by the 2,500 heavenly eye archers covered the army of more than 10,000 people. The sounds of explosions and screams rang out. Those who came to attack the Dragon Palace, although far away, must be killed. Chapter 2092. 2092 God Exterminating Dynasty. What a terrifying force. Who are they? The Dragon Palace? How come we've never heard of them? I don't know. Let's get out of here. Get out of here. They're so powerful. A great war is going to break out in the entire Sky Center dynasty. Are they here to invade us? Damn it. Booming sounds and miserable screams rang out. Some of the citizens of the Skyan celestial dynasty looked at this scene in shock. Some were shocked, while others were furious. Not good. I'm afraid that the teleportation array is about to be lost. Some of the disciples of the Skyan celestial dynasty looked forward, and their expressions changed slightly. They immediately spread the news of what had happened here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the world, the sound of gods dying came one after another. Wang Xian looked down. There were a few gods, the highest 6 wisps of divine fire, an army of more than 10,000 soldiers, and every soldier had at least the cultivation level of a demigod. In front of the Dragon Palace, these powers were not worth mentioning at all. Just one round of attacks from the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division had killed everyone. Put the corpses away. Also, Ao Xingmu, lead some people to guard this place to prevent anyone from entering after the formation is activated. Wang Xian looked at the corpses on the ground and gave an order to Ao Xingmu. It's the Dragon King. Leave the teleportation here to me. Ao Xingmu nodded immediately and gestured to his celestial-level subordinates. He moved his body and hovered above the mountain peak within a radius of 10 kilometers. Walala. Slowly, the thorns under his body began to extend and easily covered the entire teleportation site. The entire mountain peak was completely covered by him. Without the strength of the 9 wisps of divine fire, one could forget about stepping into this place. Hiss. At least a few million people in the surroundings were paying attention to this place. When they saw that the entire teleportation formation of the mountain peak was covered by a terrifying creature, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Let's go to the main city of the Tianyang Divine Empire, the Tianyang Divine City. Wang Xian ignored the few million people around him. He spoke to the 9 wind divine dragons and passed them the route. Roar! Roar! The few wind divine dragons flapped their huge wings and pulled their dragon chairs as they flew towards the east. Behind them, the Divine Kingdom's Dragon Palace was located behind Wangxian. At the east gate of the Dragon Palace, a group of experts from the Dragon Palace were standing there. They were filled with fighting spirit. Roar! 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 The wind god dragon roared and resounded across the entire sky. The powerful aura caused everyone within a few thousand kilometers to turn pale. Their faces were filled with shock. Their strength is so strong. I wonder if our Tianyang divine dynasty can withstand them. Some people were extremely astonished as they muttered. They looked at the majestic young man with horns on his head on the dragon throne with fear. The distance from the divine city was not very far. The distance of 1,000,000 kilometers was very fast for them. As the main city of the divine dynasty, the entire city was extremely huge. The city was located in the center of the Valley of Wind, and the energy of the wind attribute was extremely dense above the Valley of Wind. In the sky, all kinds of wind attribute demonic beasts were flying. The entire city covered an area of more than 10,000 kilometers, and it looked extremely vast from afar. There were at least hundreds of millions of humans living in the Tianyang Divine City. Wind towers that were more than 100,000 meters tall stood in the 4 directions of the entire Divine City. However, at this moment, the entire Divine City was silent. It was located in the Valley of Wind, but there was not the slightest sound of wind. The 5 wind towers were emitting green rays of light. Rays of light enveloped the incomparably huge Divine City. It was located at the West Gate, which was opposite where Wang Xian flew over. There were already 1,000,000 people gathered there. Among the 1,000,000-strong army, there were 100,000 demonic beasts riding on rhinoceros-like mounts at the forefront of the ground. Each demonic beast was exuding a violent aura. The aura of each demon beast was not weaker than that of a demigod. In the sky, there were also 100,000 people riding on the mounts of green demon beasts like goshawks. They flapped their green wings, and their sharp eyes revealed their sharpness. On the body of the goshawk demon beasts, each of them held a bow and arrow in their hands and wore a special metal mask. The position of the mask's eyes flickered with a luster. Clearly, this kind of weapon was very important to archers. In the center of the land and the sky, which was also the position on the city wall, many figures stood there. The most eye-catching one was the burly figure in the center, which was at least 3 meters tall. He was wearing a long green robe, and in the middle of the robe, there was an embroidered pattern of a bird-type demon beast. Around him, rows of dignified middle-aged men stood there. They were wearing armor and holding divine weapons. They were as powerful as hell. Every one of them was emitting a powerful aura. They all held great power and controlled the life and death of tens, or even hundreds of billions of people. The 3-meter-tall figure was the Tianyang Emperor. Behind him, a 10-meter-tall demon bird spread its wings. That demonic bird was exactly the same as the bird on his clothes. 1,000,000 soldiers and 20 gods stood there with cold faces, looking toward the east. They had already received the notice of the invasion 5 minutes ago. In 5 minutes, they had made all the preparations. I have been in charge of the Tianyang Divine Dynasty for tens of thousands of years. There is someone who dares to attack me so arrogantly. The tall and sturdy Tianyang Emperor stared at the front with a dignified expression. His entire body was filled with killing intent as he coldly muttered, "What's going on? The entire Divine City's array formation has been activated. Could it be that someone dares to attack our Tianyang dynasty? No way. The entire Tianyang planet has been unified. Could it be that an outsider is attacking us? Who dares to attack us? With our Tianyang dynasty's strength, which reckless fellow dares to attack us? HMPH, kill all those who dare to attack us." Countless people were gathered on the tall buildings behind them. Flying was forbidden in the Divine City, but some tall buildings could still see the situation outside. On the streets, there were also countless people looking at the West City Gate. Some of them said coldly with disdain, Their Tianyang divine dynasty was ranked in the top 5 in the northern region. If they dared to offend them, they would be seeking their own destruction. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, 9 terrifying dragon roars seemed to come from the sky. The wind rose and the clouds surged. They're here. On the city wall, the tall and sturdy Tianyang emperor stared coldly at the place in front of him. Everyone's pupils constricted slightly as they stared intently at the east. At 100 kilometers away, 9 huge winged creatures were flying towards them. The 9 creatures were pulling a dragon chair, and above the dragon chair was a majestic and magnificent palace. Below the palace was the ocean, and from afar, one could see the words East Gate of the Dragon Palace and the golden pillar that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The words Ocean Stabilizing Needle on the pillar were extremely eye-catching. The people who are seeking death are here. Soldiers of the Tianyang dynasty, get ready to kill the enemy. Beside the Tianyang emperor, a white-haired old man holding a divine staff looked solemn when he saw the people of the Dragon Palace flying over. His violent voice reached the ears of every soldier. Kill the enemy. The 1,000,000 soldiers roared with fighting spirit. Their momentum soared to the sky, and everyone in the city felt their blood boiling. Chapter 2093. 2093 God Dynasty's northern destruction shook. Kill. A cold killing intent charged towards the east. Roar. Chirp chirp. Following that, the roars of demonic birds and beasts could be heard. The mounts of the soldiers at the very front let out violent roars. Their auras were like rainbows, shaking the sky and earth. Such a terrifying battle was definitely not something that Earth, in the Transcendence, could compare to. Get those flying people down. The divine wind dragon stopped moving and hovered 10 kilometers in front of the Tianyang divine city. Wang Xian stared at the soldiers, riding the demonic birds in the sky. A cold expression appeared on his face as he spoke to the 9 divine wind dragons. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 divine wind dragons opened their huge dragon heads and let out a roar. The terrifying dragon aura swept forward. Choo-choo, choo-choo-choo. AWOO, a war. Walala. The roaring dragon might swept past. In the sky, the goshawks flapped their wings as if they had met their natural enemy. Soon after, under the embarrassed gazes of everyone from the Skyan divine dynasty, the hundreds of thousands of goshawks fell towards the ground. The expression of the soldiers on top changed drastically. They wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Below them, the rhinoceros-like demonic beast lay on the ground uneasily, letting out a series of terrified growls. What? Damn it, that's a powerful wind-attributed divine beast. It has an extremely strong suppressive force on the green eagle. On the 5,000-meter city wall, the faces of the officials and generals of the Sky Center Divine Dynasty changed drastically when they saw this scene. Before the battle had even started, their strongest Green Eagle army had already lost the ability to fight, causing their faces to turn extremely ugly. Which faction dares to invade our Tianyang dynasty? The Tianyang Emperor's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. His gaze was fixed on the 9 gigantic creatures in front of him. He could clearly sense the strength of these 9 creatures. They were comparable to the 5 wisps of divine fire god. The 9 divine beasts with 5 wisps of divine fire were pulling a dragon chair. On the dragon chair sat a young man with horns on his head. What was the strength of that young man? Currently, the few top-notch elders in the divine empire were not around. Upon seeing such a terrifying group of people, Emperor Tianyang's expression turned solemn. You invaded us, and now you want to ask who we are. Wang Xian stared at the tall and burly Emperor Tianyang from afar and questioned him with a cold expression. We are invading you? Tianyang monarch's expression changed slightly. He immediately recalled the situation that his 3rd son and the elders had obtained. They are already dead. It's your turn now. If you dare to invade us, you must be prepared to die. Wang Xian stared at them with a grim expression. A terrifying killing intent shot out from his body. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, the 9 wind dragons opened their mouths. Terrifying wind swords shot out from their mouths and attacked the Tianyang dynasty. Each wind sword was about 100 kilometers in size. The distance of 10 kilometers was gone in an instant. Damn it, let's fight. The Tianyang emperor's expression changed drastically when he heard Wang Xian's words. The 5 elders were already dead. To be able to kill 5 elders with 8 wisps of divine fire, there must be an expert with 9 wisps of divine fire among them. Boom, boom, boom. On the city wall, the officials and generals of the Tianyang dynasty saw the 9 giant swords and immediately brandished the weapons in their hands. Gusts of wind and clouds met the 9 giant swords. The sound of wind attribute explosions rang out in the sky. Kill! Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne. He waved his arm and gave the order to attack. His gaze was locked onto the tall and sturdy Tianyang monarch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gods of the Tianyang dynasty, come and die. Roar. Ao Qitian roared and immediately flew tens of thousands of meters into the air. He held the ocean-pacifying divine needle in his hand and stared coldly at the gods of the Tianyang dynasty. Come and die. Ao Qi and the other berserk dragon species also flew to the sky and roared sternly. Blood-red energy flowed around their bodies, giving off a heart-palpitating and violent power. In an instant, more than 50 gods of the Dragon Palace floated into the sky. Kill! The rest of the warriors of the Dragon Palace roared. The members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division drew their bowstrings fully, and each of them had 5 or 6 bows and arrows on them. Whoosh! 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 The attack instantly attacked the disciples of the Tianyang dynasty below. Oh no, they have more than 50 gods. What a terrifying arrow! Be careful. On the city wall, the faces of the gods of the Tianyang dynasty changed drastically when they saw Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, and the others floating in the air. There were over 50 gods on their side, but they only had 20 of them. The gap between them was practically double. Unless the level of the gods on their side far surpassed the other side, they would be finished. However, judging from the violent aura, it was clear that the other side's strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. How is this possible? Even when Zhao Yuan and the others arrived on that planet, the other party didn't dare to come out and fight. How can he be so powerful now? The Tianyang Emperor's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Emperor, what should we do now? At this moment, the ministers and generals at the side saw the gods of the Dragon Palace floating in the sky and asked the Tianyang Emperor in panic. What can we do? Kill them. The Tianyang Emperor gritted his teeth. The others had already attacked them. How could they escape? Could they escape? Even if they could escape, the entire Tianyang dynasty would be destroyed. Boom! He waved his arm and his body moved without any wind. A huge green crescent moon saber appeared in his hand. The crescent moon saber was inlaid with numerous wind god beads, exuding a terrifying aura. After I kill that guy with 2 horns on his head, I will destroy all their gods. Emperor Tianyang roared with confidence. With a wave of his arm, the crescent moon saber pointed directly at Wang Xian. A gust of wind radiance condensed into a point and attacked Wang Xian directly. Haha, today, I, the Dragon King, will be the god-exterminating dynasty. Wang Xian laughed maniacally and a millstone appeared in his hand. The millstone was the size of a palm and was aimed directly at the gust of wind. Bang! With a loud sound, Wang Xian immediately flew to the sky. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone immediately floated in the sky. A grayish energy directly swept towards the city wall. Die! The Emperor of Tianyang held the crescent moon saber in his hand and looked at the gray energy. Come and fight. Wang Xian moved his body and flew hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky. Chirp! Chirp! The divine beast behind the Emperor of Tianyang let out a roar and flew into the sky. Today, I will definitely kill you. The Emperor of Tianyang jumped onto the divine beast with a face full of ice-cold killing intent as he roared furiously. He held the crescent blade with both hands and slashed forward. The slash created a visible cut with the naked eye. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if the blade had split open the road of life and death. Kill. On the city wall, the other generals gritted their teeth and attacked Aochikian and the others when they saw the emperor rush out. The million-strong army below them charged toward the other members of the Dragon Palace. A star-crossing war broke out. Chapter 2094. 2094 and 2094, the entire northern region was shaken. Not good. The invaders seem to be very strong. They have a total of 50 gods. Damn it. Who are these people? Kill them. Kill them. That young man with twin horns on his head has the strength comparable to our emperor. The moment the war broke out, all the people in the divine city saw this scene and had shocked expressions on their faces, especially when they saw that there were more than 50 gods on the other side. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. As the citizens of the divine city, they naturally hoped that the emperor and the rest would wipe out this group of invaders without leaving a single one alive. Kill them. Kill this group of damn invaders. Some of the generals' and soldiers' families saw this scene and growled in low voices with ugly expressions on their faces. Let's get closer to each other and pin down the other party. We'll wait for our emperor to kill their leader to support us. 20 gods rushed over. The only god with 8 wisps of divine fire spoke to the surrounding gods. It's an elder. The other gods naturally knew that their numbers were more than double the difference between the other party. Right now, they could only pray that the other party's level was lower than theirs. They prayed that their emperor would be able to quickly kill the enemy's leader. Die. Aochitian, Aochi, and the other 2 berserk dragon species all had grim expressions on their faces when they saw them flying over together. 2 blood-red lightning bolts, each dozens of kilometers thick, shot towards them. 2 enormous ocean-pacifying divine needles, each tens of thousands of meters long, smashed towards them. A terrifying attack instantly descended. The 20 gods gathered together were completely stunned when they saw the blood-red energy. The blood-red energy contained a blazing heat, numbness, and darkness. It was a terrifying aura of destruction. They simply couldn't sense what kind of energy this was. It was actually so terrifying. Not good. Immediately split up. Those 4 are the gods of the 8 divine flames. The only expert with 8 wisps of divine fire from the Tianyang divine dynasty had a huge change in expression when he saw this scene, and he roared loudly. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions. The difference between them and the 4 gods with 8 wisps of divine fire was too great. The thing that worried them the most had happened. The other party's strength completely suppressed them. It's over. However, it was easier said than done for them to avoid it. This was especially so for the group of gods with 1 wisp of divine fire and 2 wisps of divine fire. Even the gods with 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire were unable to resist the attacks of Aochiyan, Aochi, and the others. Boom. Ah! In an instant, miserable screams rang out. How many of the 20 gods could dodge the attacks of Aochiyan and the others? There was only one, the god with 8 wisps of divine fire. In the buildings within the divine city, some people could see that when the 20 gods of their divine dynasty flew up into the sky, they instantly suffered a devastating blow. The bodies of the gods fell down at an even faster speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Between heaven and earth, the mournful cries of the fallen gods could be heard, and the entire divine city was enveloped by a wave of grief. In the sky, the wind attribute began to howl, as if it was the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. How is this possible? In an instant, more than 10 of our gods have fallen. Hiss. It's over. It's over. The combined attack of those 4 powerful creatures actually killed more than 10 of our gods. No, our divine dynasty won't be destroyed, right? Everyone who saw this scene had terrified expressions on their faces. The other party had instantly killed more than a dozen of their gods. Everyone in the divine city was stupefied. They had never thought that the other party's strength would be so terrifying. Killing a god was as easy as killing a dog. Gulp. The only god who hadn't been injured, the 8 wisps of divine fire god, saw his companion falling downwards. He couldn't help but gulp. When he saw the 4 experts in the sky locking onto him, a terrified expression appeared on his face. I'm definitely not their match. I can't even hold on for a minute. He thought to himself with a face full of anxiety. He gritted his teeth and turned around, wanting to escape. He didn't want to die. If he escaped, there was still a chance of survival. If he didn't escape, there would only be death. Walala. Just as the thought of escaping emerged in his mind, the sound of chains suddenly came from below him. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately looked down and around him. Chains, blood-red chains, like poisonous snakes, spread around him. He hurriedly raised his head and looked up into the sky, and a look of despair appeared on his face. He had been locked onto. Ah! At this moment, from below him, screams of agony before death rang out continuously. He looked down and saw that the million soldiers below him were facing a one-sided massacre. They did not have any ability to resist, and they did not have the slightest ability to resist. The strength of the Tianyang divine dynasty was very strong. Out of the 1,000,000 troops and a group of demonic beasts, 400,000 had reached the demigod realm. The rest were experts at the void interpretation realm. However, these 400,000 were facing 20,000 warriors of the Dragon Palace. The difference was 20 times. 20 against 1, but they were still killed quickly. Of the 400,000 demigod experts, the peak of the demigod realm had not even reached 5,000. However, the members of the Dragon Palace were basically at the peak of the demigod realm. Even if there was a difference of 1 level, it would take more than 10 or 20 people to make up for it. Only these 400,000 demigod experts, all at the 7th or 8th level of the demigod rank, could possibly fight against the Dragon Palace. However, this was obviously impossible. Back then, even the 500,000 demigod experts from the 5 major forces were not a match for the Dragon Palace, let alone them. TSK, there's no challenge at all. Such a god dynasty dares to invade our planet and even wants to enslave us. Bachi Shah and the others saw that they had not even made a move and were about to end. Their faces revealed cold laughter. If that's the case, we will destroy the city. Bachi and Shah smiled. Their bodies moved, and one by one, their demon claws attacked the divine city of Tianyang that was enveloped by the array. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the strange demon claws landed on the green array and were easily blocked. Kiki, it's a little awkward. We can't break it with our strength. Shah felt a little awkward when he saw the array not moving at all. After all, it was a divine city with 9 wisps of divine fire. It was not so easy to break it. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded. The 8-limbed Shah and the others saw the 9-wind divine dragons swaying their huge bodies as they attacked the Tianyang divine city. Boom! The huge force of the collision caused the entire divine city to tremble. Cracks appeared on the powerful array formation. Everyone in the divine city felt the world tremble. Their faces were filled with fear. Chapter 2095. 2095 Dynasty destroyed the northern region. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the formation breaking could be heard. Hundreds of millions of people in the divine city looked at this scene in horror. In front of the West City Gate, in less than 3 minutes, 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers had died. Corpses fell like rain. As the guardian formation of a dynasty, it was very powerful. Even 9 wind divine dragons that were comparable to 5 wisps of divine fire could not break it with one strike. The array was only broken. Boom, boom, boom. However, in the next moment, the 9 wind dragons swayed their green dragon tails and landed heavily inside. At this moment, the array was broken. Crash! As if glass had completely shattered, The wind energy released from the wind tower became extremely dim. The entire huge god city was completely exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss, it's over, it's over. Our city has been destroyed. Our soldiers can't defend against the enemy's attack at all. In an instant, they killed more than 10 of our gods. All of our soldiers were killed so easily. They aren't a match for them at all. Terrified voices rang out one after another. All of the people in the divine city raised their heads in panic. Would the group of intruders kill all of them? Ah, no, no, don't kill me. Lord Emperor, help. At this moment, a scream sounded, and everyone hurriedly raised their heads. When they saw that their Lord Elder was completely sealed by the blood-red chains, everyone's expressions changed again. 20 gods? How long had it been? All of them had been taken down. In fact, there were only 4 experts on the other side. The rest of the gods didn't even make a move. Could it be that the Tianyang divine dynasty, which has stood in this star field for hundreds of thousands of years, is about to be destroyed? Some people were in a daze. Oh no, their strength is too strong. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, the Tianyang Emperor, who was holding a crescent blade in the air hundreds of thousands of meters away, swept his gaze downwards with an unsightly expression. When he saw that all his subjects were being slaughtered and that the protective formation was completely broken, his body trembled violently. After I kill you, I will exterminate all of you. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Wang Xian. Above his head, a huge valley of wind appeared in the sky. In the valley of wind, crescent moon sabers, which were formed from condensed energy, were rotating. Crescent moon sabers break the stars with force. He let out a wild roar as crescent moon sabers slashed at Wang Xian in all directions. At the same time, he was holding the crescent moon sabers in his hand and hiding among the countless sabers. Huh. Wang Xian stared at the Emperor of Tianyang and activated his dragon eyes of the 5 elements of yin and yang. The strength of this divine Zhu of Tianyang could be considered a relatively strong existence even among the 9 divine flames. With a powerful divine weapon in hand, it possessed unparalleled speed and destructive power. However, this move of yours is simply courting death. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements easily locked onto him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the 5 elements millstone was suspended above his head. Below him, the yin and yang poles were rotating. Boom, boom, boom. When the 5 elements millstone collided with the countless crescent moon sabers, a violent explosion sounded in the sky. The continuous collision caused the 5 elements grinding mill to fly backward. It's a very powerful divine kingdom. Moreover, it's a completely offensive divine kingdom. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He brandished the dragon blood sword in his hand and attacked the crescent sabers that were formed from the wind attribute. To the left. At the next moment, the Emperor of Tianyang, who was hiding around the countless crescent sabers, appeared on the left. He was hiding behind the 2 crescent moon sabers silently. It was as if his body had turned into a breeze. If Wang Xian didn't possess the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements, he might have been ambushed by this move. What a pity. Wang Xian pretended not to have sensed it and blocked the crescent moon sabers in front of him. Haha, die. In the next moment, less than 0 seconds later, the sound of wild laughter entered Wang Xian's ears. The crescent moon saber was faster than the sound. The blade instantly entered Wang Xian's body. Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter came out from the mouth of the Emperor of Tianyang. However, very soon, his laughter came to an abrupt end. A huge wave of terror enveloped his body. Not good. His expression changed drastically. A yellowish skeleton flew out from his body. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon blood sword landed heavily on the skeleton. Under the full force of the attack, the skeleton began to scatter slowly. Damn it, I was almost killed. Tianyang Monarch's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Huh. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw that his ultimate attack was blocked. His body was instantly turned into nothingness. Then, he unleashed his strongest attack. It was difficult for someone of the same level to block such an attack. This was the second person he saw who managed to block his ultimate attack. Substitute skeleton? Wang Xian saw the skeleton that was scattered on the ground. His eyes sparkled. Damn it, you actually made me consume the eternal bone. I will definitely kill you today. Emperor Tianyang's body trembled as he roared sternly. His face was filled with malevolence. After using up the eternal bone, his body had recovered to a height of 2 meters. His aura was obviously much weaker than before. The one who died is you, Wang Xian said coldly. His body moved, and a 7-colored pair of wings appeared behind him. The pair of wings was naturally the uninitiated holy wings. In order to prevent some people from being recognized by the eternal thunderbolts, he used energy to cover his body and changed his appearance completely. Roar! Roar! The Emperor of Tianyang let out a low roar, and his divine kingdom instantly shifted under him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Everyone in the city listen to me. Kneel on the ground immediately and shout that the Dragon King is invincible and that the Dragon Palace is awe-inspiring. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from below. The voice spread across the entire sky. When Wang Xian heard this voice, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked down. Ba Qi and Imo Sha were standing in front of the West City Gate. Both of them were shouting at everyone in the divine city of Tianyang with sinister expressions. A powerful aura swept towards the divine city of Tianyang. In the divine city, when all the citizens saw their ministers and generals being killed, their faces were filled with fear. When they heard Imo Sha Ba Qi's words, all of them looked embarrassed and hesitant. Asking them to kneel? Their heavenly Emperor Lord was still here. If you don't kneel, then die. Ba Qi's face was filled with violent killing intent. He raised his palm, and a huge demonic dragon claw appeared in the void. Drops of liquid slowly dripped down from the demonic dragon claw. Boom! The dragon claw, which covered an area of dozens of kilometers, directly grabbed towards the center of the city. Ah! In an instant, a miserable scream was heard. Back then, the gods of the Tianyang divine dynasty had done this on earth, and Ba Qi had returned the favor. Kneel down, quickly kneel down. A panicked voice sounded in the city, and countless people hurriedly shouted and knelt to the ground. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.